and we've only been through the first six. Yes, he's been quite disciplined right from the start. He's given up a few extras, but nevertheless, he's bowled with tight lines, good lengths, and plenty of threat with the new ball. And so far, we're seeing that Rohan Austin is trying a very different approach here. We've seen him throughout this tournament trying to go after the bowling, but he realizes that his wicket is very crucial and he has refrained from playing any kind of loose shots. On the other hand, he'll just keep an eye on the scoring rate as well. At this moment, he's 4 of 18. So Singapore will be very interested in him having a very long day out there. Let's see if he can negotiate this new bowling from Abhay Yadav. Yes, he's definitely building the pressure now with those disciplined bowling, and he's been awarded with some sharp fielding as well. So definitely no freebies for the batsman yet. And another delivery when we see that hint of movement on the offside. So every dot ball is really tightening the screw for Singapore out there in the middle. We can sense that the nerves are starting to creep in. And if Nepal can keep this up, wickets will surely follow. And with that, we have just that one ball remaining in the seventh over. Only 19 runs. At one point, we definitely felt that they were going at about a very healthy run rate. And look at that now, 2.78. So what a comeback by Nepal. Yes, the only thing that Nepal need to go their way is the fact that the spell of Sushil Bahadur hasn't really worked for him. He has struggled for line and length here, and once again it was pitched outside the off stump. A good effort from third man fielder, but not before it is Rian Naik who gets a couple of runs. So Sushil has the angle really with his left arm seamers and the ability to swing the ball both ways when it comes to right-handers out there in the middle. But he needs to have that length a bit tightened up, maybe cut down on the wides and bowl with a little bit more control to keep the pressure mounting. and he'll be eyeing the wicket of that man. If he can pick up somehow the wicket of Rian Naik, all that he has done will definitely be forgiven. So let's see how he goes from here. Yes, and it will not be easy to bowling against someone like Rian Naik. Although he's 2 of 4, I can tell you something about his technique. It has been textbook perfect so far in this tournament. He has played very poised, balanced, and confident innings all throughout this tournament. Every shot that he plays looks to be very measured, and his defense is also very sound. So you can definitely watch out for the kind of innings that he is about to play. So Sushil Bahatur will definitely have his work cut off here because Rian is definitely the backbone of Singapore, and a lot will depend on him for this total that Singapore is about to put on. Yes, definitely. So far, they haven't picked up any boundaries yet, and Rohan at the moment is 4 of 22. So he's just defending away at all the deliveries that the bowlers are going at him. So he started off very cautiously, but in this situation, he'll need to find a bit more urgency, maybe to just rotate the strike because someone like Rian Naik is definitely at the other end. So dot balls can build the pressure on the batting side, and the Nepal bowlers will definitely try to exploit that. So that's something that Rohan definitely needs to keep in his mind and just play a better support role. Yes, and he's just trying to perhaps catch on that nervy start that Singapore has had so far. And sometimes when the batters are just thinking too much, they can have a bit of difficulty when it comes to their defenses. And so far, that has been something that they're trying to exploit. And look at that. That occasion, the ball just rose up perfectly, and Rian Naik absolutely smashed that towards the offside. This is something that he can do. And the first boundary comes in for Singapore off the bat of none other than their captain, Rian Naik. Yes, and I think he definitely has to have some words with his partner. Look at that shot on the rise this time, driven beautifully. And once again, what a shot! Absolutely to the perfection. Yes, this is why we have to appreciate Rian Naik even further. It is the bowler Abhay Yadav who was doing such a further. It is the bowler Abhay Yadav who was doing such a good job with the new ball in hand. And right now, he's played two boundaries and he has unsettled Abhay Yadav to perfection. So definitely Rian Naik, take a bow. The back-to-back boundaries, he has definitely helped to announce himself in style. Yes, once again, the bowler committing yet another mistake. On that occasion, he strayed a little bit down onto the pad of Rian Naik, and the roll of the wrist is so beautiful. No chance for any of the fielder. He's finding the gap to absolute perfection. He has struck. What a delivery! Just out of absolutely nowhere. Abhay Yadav delivers the good. It is that man. Rian Naik who has to fall short just on the outside, and he tried to go at it, and that outside edge. What a big moment in this game. Just when Rian Naik was looking in sublime touch, he was timing everything. Abhay comes back with a perfect response. Full on the good length, just outside off, and a hint of movement. That is all that was required, and Rian couldn't really hold his nerves there. He tried to guide it, but only managed to get a feather, and that was enough. Nepal absolutely erupt in celebration, and we can see that shockwaves are all over the world right now. Yes, from here on, things can get very interesting. With Rian Naik, the danger man gone, Singapore's most dependable batter is back at the pavilion, and the spotlight will shift straight away onto the middle order that has struggled quite a lot in this tournament. They've definitely lacked consistency, and that will be a wide, but nevertheless, we know that Nepal will be aware of that as well. And exactly the scenario where they'll be hoping for early wickets, and now there will be scoreboard pressure as well, with a real chance for Nepal to just have a go at the middle order. Abhay is definitely fired up. The fielders are also buzzing, and the crowd as well. So it's time for Nepal to really go out there and show their skills with the ball in hand, especially now with the power play about to end. We can see that the spinners will be just licking their lips and ready to have a go. Yes, you're absolutely spot on there. We have seen three glorious boundaries from Rian Naik, which was full of class, confidence, and command. And then, just like that, Abhay had the last word. So, cricket at times really writes its own poetry. The batter rising, the bowler was under pressure, and then suddenly that one perfect delivery and that one edge that was just feathered, and the celebration had begun. So, really, reward for some very good bowling for Abhay Yadav right from the word go. Other than the fact that he's given away a few extras, I think he was right up there when it comes to some scintillating new ball stuff. So full credit to the captain of Nepal, Bipin Prasad Sharma, to really persisting with the likes of Abhay Yadav. And now I think this will be the last over for Sushil Bahadur. And after that, we will be seeing some spin. Look at that. Swarit Thakur this time drives that on the rise. Perhaps it was Rohan Austin. We'll have to see for confirmation. But nevertheless, it was a beautiful shot. So really trying to counter attack is Singapore here. Yes, Swarit Thakur is definitely riding some good form. On the previous outing in the semi final, he managed to pick up a half century. And that is something he'll have to do from here as well. He starts off with a very crisp stroke on the offside. So definitely he's giving us an idea that perhaps he's not just looking to survive, he's looking to counterpunch. And definitely Singapore will need him to stand tall now. The top order has already gone back. Just the like of, oh, look at that. And look at the celebration. Another edge. Big moment in this game. Swarit Thakur has to go back. So the change of angle definitely working for Sushil Bahadur. And what a wicket that was. An absolutely fantastic celebration as well. Why not? He truly deserves it. Yes, Swarit Thakur, who came in looking positive, departs for just the 5 runs then, and the middle order once again is starting to flatter out there. We have to give full credit, like you mentioned, to someone like Sushil Bahadur as well as his captain. And definitely the idea of coming around the wicket and the left arm angle really worked to perfection. That one just straightened up slightly and drew Swarit into the drive, and the edge was absolutely inevitable. So beautiful planning and excellent purchase from Nepal so far. Right now, 41 for 4, Singapore in absolute disarray. They really need a partnership, and let's see if the left hander walking out to bat can make something change for them. Yes, Shadur, I've observed something. Sushil Bahadur is actually far better when it comes to bowling to left-handers because, as you saw on previous occasion as well. Sometimes against the right hander, when it comes to bowling over the wicket, he is occasionally deviating too far down the leg side. But that same ball to a left hander becomes an absolute peach of a delivery, and that's something Sushil Bahadur has done extremely well throughout this tournament. So it will be interesting to see how Arav goes and faces him. Just when I say that, you can see that the hint of movement was there, and he picked up that outside edge. Perhaps if the slip fielder was just one step closer, could have had another wicket. Excellent bowling from Sushil. Yes, and so far the left hand is looking tentative out there. Even though he's picked up a boundary, it wasn't in the most convincing fashion. One more delivery remaining. A good delivery once again, and another edge. And once again, he will feel that he's missed out on that one. But nevertheless, excellent over from Sushil Bahadur comes to an end. So that is the end of the first power play here. After the completion of it, the score on the board is just 46, but with the loss of 4. So after winning the toss, Singapore decided to have a bat first. But so far, the scale has tipped for Nepal out there. We'll have to see how they continue from here, because once they bring in their spinners, I can tell you they'll definitely look to assert their dominance even further. Definitely, Abhay Yadav has bowled brilliantly so far in this innings, but I still feel that right now might be the best time to give him a breather. He's done a good job. He's bowled superbly with the new ball, and in a final like this, it's important to manage your strike bowler quite smartly as well. So definitely a short break could really help him recharge, and perhaps when Singapore try to rebuild and accelerate, he can be brought back, because we know that the spinners can really get the breakthroughs whenever it is required. And that's something that I would want them to really test Singapore with. Let's see how it goes. Perhaps from the other end, we can see a change. Yes, and with that last yes, and with that last delivery as well, you can see that the pace has dipped slightly, and that zip that we saw early on, especially in the first few overs, seem to be fading away that little bit. But look at that, he's bowling with a lot of control, nevertheless. So we can see that he's definitely trying, and he's trying to bowl his heart out. But it is on the captain really to manage the workload, and eventually, with the rest, he can definitely come back and be the spearhead that he is. Nevertheless, we can see that the crowd is absolutely delighted. We can see some beautiful dance moves there as well, and seems like the crowd of Nepal and Singapore are really enjoying themselves. Both look in harmony, and that's really the best thing that we can talk about cricket, really uniting the fans. And just when we say that, Arav Agarwal has driven one beautifully through the offside, and maybe that will add up to the joy of the crowd as well. It's been a very nervy innings so far. Early wickets, a brief counter attack, and now some rebuilding underway. Here's how it unfolded. Ahan, the tournament's second high scorer, was dismissed very early for a duck of two deliveries. Pranath struggled for fluency with 2 of 17, and Rohan, who's still out there at the crease, is at the moment playing a very steady innings, 5 of 24. It was Rian Naik who looked very promising with three boundaries in quick succession before falling for 15 of 11. Once again, we're seeing that Sushil Bahadur is bowling very well. He's attacking the stump quite consistently. At the moment, we're seeing that the left-hander Arav is trying to build a very steady innings with the bat in hand. So one big factor that's helping Singapore has definitely been the extras. So far, we've definitely seen 15 of them. So that's something that Nepal will try to keep an eye on, maybe not give that away so that the scoreboard just draws slightly further. Nepal won't mind that too much. They've gotten the 4 wickets they have wanted. Once again, as we mentioned, that the extras are something they'll need to keep in check. Another demonstration of that. Next few overs will definitely be key. Can Singapore rebuild, or will Nepal continue bringing in the squeeze? Let's see. Yes, just when we thought that the rebuild was underway, there is yet another one. Beautiful delivery. I mentioned that he has that uncanny knack of bringing the ball into the left hander, and once again, he castles him. So he's done it. The stumps have been uprooted, and the umpire has to give that out as well. So look at that, Sushil. Pure joy unleashed. The cartwheels come across the pitch. A brilliant display of athleticism and celebration. We saw that the crowd has also erupted. The team has rushed in. Nepal's energy is absolutely unmatchable and absolutely electric. What a moment in this game. In the final, we can see that Singapore's half of the team is already back at the hut. And from here on, definitely Nepal will capitalize and try to close the innings as quickly as possible. He's absolutely ripping through the Singapore batting lineup, Sushil, at this stage. We can definitely say the extra bit of pace is helping him. And once again, that round the wicket angle to the right hander is really what has undone him. Look at that. Full pace on display, and attacking the stump has been rewarding him. Once again, the cartwheeling celebration comes out, and Singapore are really losing their way out there. What's truly been different today for Nepal has been the fact that the fast bowlers have stepped up to the occasion. Abhay has picked up 2 wickets for 25 runs, and Sushil right now has been absolutely unstoppable. He's already picked up three, and throughout the tournament, we saw that Nepal leaned happily on their spin department. But in this final, The Pacers have really outdone themselves. This discipline, the energy, and the breakthroughs with the ball in hand have come on at the right time and put Singapore on the back foot quite early. And the pressure keeps on building. Right now, it's been a very sorrow story for Singapore's batting, especially after winning the toss. They definitely wouldn't have wanted that. Right now, it is the charge being led by someone like Sushil Bahadur Rawal. So far, his 4.5 has given away 26 and has picked up 3 wickets. Right now, it's all about closing the innings for Singapore, and we'll have to wait and watch if the fast bowlers are allowed to continue. Let's see, quite interesting phase in the game, and that brings in yet another right-hander. So let's see if Sushil is able to pick up just that other one. Last ball of this over, similar sort of delivery, this time slightly deviating down the leg side. He will not mind that because he's trying to create that angle to the right-hander. Yes, and that is why we are always skeptical about such kind of an approach because I believe if Rohan Austin Arun was trying to just rotate the strike when his partner Rian Naik was out there, maybe it could have been a different story. We saw him really struggling to rotate the strike, and Rian Naik perhaps thought that it is all onto him to keep the scoreboard going. That's when he decided just go after the bowling slightly a bit more consistently, and maybe he should have just refrained from playing that one shot on the offside. We also saw when Swarit Thakur come out to bat, he also looked to just play slightly aggressively, and then he was also undone by that brilliant delivery from Sushil. So that's been the story so far. All the other batters have come out with a little bit more of an intent, and on that process of just scoring that run quickly, they have lost their wickets. So that is why someone like Rohan Austin really needs to carry on from here because he has already faced 24 deliveries. He knows how the ball is behaving out there in the middle, and he needs to bat better throughout and perhaps build a partnership with someone like Kapish. So we're well and truly in the lower middle order at this point. We know that Kapish can really bat, but it will be very difficult against the likes of someone like Bipin Prasad Sharma, who's now decided to come out into the attack. Let's see, will the spin pick up another wicket, or will they be able to just build out on a partnership here? Yes, Bipin, the captain, he's been Nepal's highest wicket taker and he's been pivotal in his bowling for Nepal throughout this tournament. He's been the spearhead when it comes to the bowling unit. And right now, he'll feel that he has a lot of responsibility up his shoulder to just clear this tail. And I think he'll be happy to just allow a run to someone like Rohan Austin and maybe bowl to someone like Kapish because that's where he can exploit a bit of fault in the technique and maybe just award himself with a wicket here. Good change up. He's trying to bowl that arm ball, and so far he's kept things very quiet. He runs through his overs very quickly, and with that, he starts off with a maiden. Yes, definitely. When it comes to fast bowling, it's all about adrenaline. When you feel that you're having a good day, you feel like continuing further, and that can really boost your morals and help you pick up a few more wickets. So the feel good factor is definitely going well for Sushil Bahadur. He's trying to do a lot of things at this moment. He's trying to bowl at the stump. On that occasion, he was deviating down the leg side, another wide, but the captain, Bipin, will just want him to pick up one more here. And we have to speak definitely at this stage that after winning the toss, Singapore had elected to bat first, and now they find themselves in deep trouble with 54 for 6 after just over 13 overs have been bowled. It's been a very tough day at the office for the batsmen who look completely lost against Nepal's disciplined bowling attack. And at the moment, it's Sushil who will continue from this end. The left arm seamer, who's been absolutely relentless when it comes to fast bowling, already has picked up 3 wickets to his name. His bowling has been a key factor in strangling the run flow as well as dismantling Singapore's fragile middle order. If he maintains this pressure, Nepal are well on course for a comfortable total here that they will be happy to chase. Let's see if he can pick up the wicket of Kapish here because he's definitely creating that angle. Yes, excellent observation there, Shaidur. He was rightfully stopped after bowling that first over, which went for 11 runs. And you're right to point out that it was Bipin Prasad Sharma who just came in for that one over. He's given away that 1 run only in that over. And after that, he did not bring himself back, but he continued with someone like Sushil Badu, who was initially looking for rhythm. And just when he picked up on that, he's looked a completely different bowler since then. So, full credits to the captaincy of Nepal. Bipin Prasad Sharma has been absolutely spot on with captaincy. And for the first time today, we've seen him do something that is unforgivable. Sushil Bahadur has just bowled a no ball, and we'll have to see if Kapish Venkatraman can really just capitalize on that freebie. Let's see. But we know that Sushil Bahadur has some good deliveries up his armory. Maybe he can just mix it up. We'll have to wait and see. Oh no, there is yet another no ball from Sushil Bahadur. Perhaps he's just not being able to control his landing out there. So yet another free hit, and it was a good change up. I think it was around the corner. That short pitch delivery. He hasn't bowled that throughout this innings yet, and so it was a good change up. Right now, Kapish Venkatraman will be fancying his chances yet again with Sushil Bahadur just running in. And here goes. This time it's right on the slot, not from the very meaty part of the bat, but that has picked up the gap to just be allowed by the fielders to be stopped before reaching the boundary. So a pressure release shot from Kapish and Sushil Bahadur will definitely try to improve on that. Two no balls is not something that fast bowlers will be happy to deliver. He has one more delivery remaining in this over. He's been slightly expensive when it comes to the amount of runs that he's given away. But on the other hand, the Nepal captain will not mind that too much as long as he can pick up one more wicket here. Last ball then coming up here. So just after that little drinks break, we're back with live action. At the moment, the score is 58 for 6, and 14 overs have been completed. Right now, we have Kapish Venkatraman, 2 of 9, and Rohan, the opener, still out there, is 5 of 30. And we have the deadly spinner, Vipin Prasad, into the attack. And so far, he'll be very happy to find himself bowling at this stage of the innings. He's a very talented left arm spinner rather, and he's done a very good job throughout this tournament. He's the highest wicket taker and he wants to improve his stats. Perhaps if he can pick up the wicket of Rohan Austin, that really brings in the Nepal bowlers right back and perhaps in an attempt to just close out this innings. So let's see how he continues from here. So far, Rohan has played quite well against the left arm spin and he hasn't really played any kind of false shots. Once again, attacking the stump and just trying to get that extra bit of turn away from the right hander. We haven't seen the earn ball yet, and that's something that can really unsettle the right hander. So it will be quite interesting to see how he closes this over. Three more deliveries remaining. Rohan Austin is looking like he's not in any kind of hurry. And look at that one. That one just bounces off the pitch slightly more than the other deliveries have in this over. And that was enough to really make the batter uncomfortable. He's mixing it up quite nicely. The run rate now well below 4. And at one point, the batters had started off quite nicely. So from here on, what do you think, Shaidur? A good score on the board will be from Singapore. And you can see just on that last over, Vipin Prasad throughout has been bowling slightly on the fuller length. He was trying to turn the ball away from the right hander. And on the very last delivery, he set the batter quite beautifully with that arm ball. And that's really something that he has done exceptionally well throughout this tournament. He's picked up wickets quite consistently with that arm ball. And that's really something that Rohan Austin will have to be more aware because he was living dangerously on that last occasion. Perhaps the ball was just deviating down the leg side a little bit, and that is the reason why the umpire decided not in favor of the bowler. And with that, we have yet another very talented left arm spinner. Shubham is into the attack. Yes, at the moment, Kapish 2 of 12 deliveries, so he's still looking to find his feet, while Rohan has crawled to 5 of 36 deliveries. And it's been a real struggle for fluency out there. Nepal are dominating every phase right now. The scoreboard pressure, the sharp fielding, and some intelligent bowling changes have really benefited them. And Shubham will look to keep things tight and target that outside edge. And with Bipin from the other end, Singapore batters will really need to dig very deep to survive this squeeze. At this moment, I think Shubham will be very happy that he's bowling to someone like Kapish. So he's batted with a solid technique, but once again, you can see that this time he just varied his line slightly. He was happy to just bowl on the off stump, and I think he was trying to draw that batter forward. So it's been a good bowling from Shubham. He starts off with a maiden. 16 overs completed. It's 58 with a loss of 6. Yes, these two spinners doesn't really allow the batters to think or communicate between the crease, and I think that's really something that we have to appreciate as well. Right now, the ball was in the air, but there was no fielder attacking that, so he's living dangerously here. Wickets have fallen at regular intervals. The first wicket at 1, the next at 18. One wicket fell at 35, and the other three at 41, 52, and 52, respectively. So far, they've been able to just keep the pressure on. Yes, and if that's the case, I am really going to be quite interested if Bipin Prasad decides to have a short mid wicket and a short cover, because we know that it is someone like Kapish who's out there in the middle, and he's not the batter with the best of techniques. So maybe it is it is high probability that he'll play one in the air, and that can really allow the fielding side to just capitalize. So, would you be interested in some close-in fielders? Yes, and right now Rohan is at the score of 6 of 37. It's been a long, grinding stay at the crease, but the question is how long can he really hold on to this? Soaked up deliveries, but with the run rate crawling and wicket stumbling at the other end, the time and patience may not really be enough. He needs to keep going and he needs to start finding ways in which he can score some runs. Right now, he's just happy to defend at everything. And definitely, Nepal won't mind this. Every dot is building pressure, and you feel that something is going to give in sooner or later. So let's see how Shubham continues. He is yet to give any kind of run, and so far he's bowled absolutely brilliantly. And I think he's doing the good job. He's not giving the ball enough pace. He's fighting the ball quite consistently. And you mentioned that's something we'll expect from Vipin at the other end as well. I can't believe this. He really should have taken that. And that would have been some reward of some excellent bowling for Shubham. And I just don't know how he has missed out on that one. Yes, and with that, we see a change in the bowling. And this is actually the perfect time to introduce some leg spin. So far, we've seen the two left arm spinners were operating, and it is Sachin who's started things off as the first change when it comes to the spinners. Let's see how he goes about it. Sachin Bhatta is bowled well in the tournament. On occasions, he's picked up a wicket whenever his captain required him to. And he is another bowler who runs in with his overs quite quickly as well. So far, just trapping the batter on the back foot. We'll have to wait and see if he has that top spinner, which sometimes, when it's pushed through the air quite quickly, it can sometimes unsettle the batter and pick up a wicket in the process. Yes, in the tournament before this, he's already picked up 6 wickets. So he's definitely someone with a knack of picking up wickets, and that's something that the skipper will be looking forward from him. So far, we've seen him mix it up quite nicely. On occasions, he's played with the length, and on the other, he's looked to just turn the ball away from the right hander. Rohan Austin, on the other hand, 7 of 46. Where do you think this innings is going for him? Yes, right now with the team 6 down, we really hope that he can carry on from here because he's the opener. He's batting with the lower order batter in Kapish, so a lot really relies on him. And so far, it has looked like is just on occasion really gone inside the shell and hasn't really tried to do anything to come out of it. On the other hand, the spinners of Nepal have started to really capitalize on that. They know that the batters are not really trying to go after them. So they are continuing with that test match sort of a line and length. Once again, we see that Shubham is just beating that outside edge. Another very good delivery from him to continue things. And he's looking like the bowler who can really pick up a breakthrough here. He's looked the most challenging of the spinners so far. Yes, sometimes when you're bowling slower through the air, the batters can really just line you up for that slog sweep or that shot over the top of cover. Perhaps that is why we have seen that the leg spinners over the years have just tried to bowl those quicker deliveries and relied more on googlies rather than those conventional spin. On the other hand, today, I believe you're absolutely spot on. If we see someone like Sachin Patta to continue bowling those conventional leg spinners, I think they can definitely be rewarded because right now the batters are not really trying to go anywhere. They're not really attempting any kind of shots. So maybe here, trying to bowl those flighted deliveries is the way to go. It has been a very slow and a very difficult passage of play. Rohan is at the moment 7 runs of 47 deliveries and Kapish 2 from 28. So both of them are occupying the crease but with hardly any kind of momentum. So this has been truly a survival kind of a mode, and this is definitely not something we can call recovery because this partnership has only gotten them 9 runs of the 50 deliveries that they have faced. And Nepal, on the other hand, are looking like they're in full control. They've bowled well and they've definitely been quite sharp in the field, other than that one missed opportunity from the captain. Sachin Bhatta is bowling well with his leg spinners and he's trying to dictate terms in this phase of the game. With 30 overs around the block, Singapore need a miracle or a complete flip in the momentum to really come back in this game, because from here on, even something like 100 looks quite distant. Just when I say that, we see one good looking shot that is played down the ground, but it will only be a single. So really the intent that has been missing, especially after winning the toss. You would have wanted the batters of Singapore to really go out there and bat better, but we have to give full credits to the bowlers of Nepal to just constrict them. Yes, and he was helped by some very rare loose delivery from Shubham today that was going down the leg side, and the fielder was not in any kind of place to help him support that. So, really, a poor delivery to start off this over for Shubham. On the other hand, at this point, I'll take my opportunity to give a big round of applause to Malaysia Cricket Association. They've done a phenomenal job in hosting this ACC Under 16 East Zone Cup. From logistics to hospitality, and especially the quality of the pitches, the UKM Oval has been in outstanding condition throughout the tournament, as well as the other fields that were used for this tournament, including STC. And there has been true bounce. A good contest between bat and ball is what we had anticipated before this match. But so far, Singapore, after winning the toss, have really put themselves under tremendous pressure. And credit where it's due, it is Nepal who is striving with the ball in hand. And right now, the two batters out there, Rohan and Kapish, are trying to stitch a partnership. At the moment, it's 15 what they have got from 60 deliveries. Kapish has managed to score two out of them. And in this partnership, Rohan has scored 7 runs. So they're trying to dig deep and they're trusting their defense. We'll have to see how they go on from here, because they need to definitely put out a score that can challenge the Nepal batters out there. Yes, and at this stage, the high scorer for Singapore has been the extras with 22. That really says a lot about how things have gone for the batting unit today. And Kapish is still stuck on 2 of 33, while Rohan has finally reached around a score of 13. So he's reached double digits. And this partnership has been long on survival but short on impact. Nepal not minding this, but at the moment, these two batters have faced plenty of deliveries, and Nepal will be just trying to pick up a wicket here and get a breakthrough to just come back in this game and restrict Singapore at a very modest total. So far, Sachin Bhatta has been on the side of economy once again. In this tournament, he has an economy rate of just above 2 and is continuing in that merry approach. I think from here on, even something beyond 110 is looking quite difficult, if you ask me. And my big question right now is how much longer can Singapore afford to be patient? Yes, they have stopped the fall of wickets, but as you can see, even they're looking defensive right now. So they have stopped the fall of wickets, but at what cost, really? Just about 69 runs on the board in 23 overs, and the required recovery isn't just about survival. They need to continue scoring some runs so that they can have something out of their bowling unit as well. Rohan and Kapish have soaked up 87 deliveries between them for just about 15 runs, and at some point, one of them really has to take that initiative and start scoring because from here on, if they keep playing so many dot balls, eventually somewhere the patience will run out and there will be a fall of wicket. So what you need is for them to have a partnership and put in some runs before that happens. So that will be my take in this partnership. At, at this stage, Singapore have to start showing some more intent. They need to start targeting someone. You can't just bat through in a final hoping only to survive. runs have to come, and if not now, then we have to ask ourselves that when they're likely to do that. This is a much closer delivery, and this is exactly what I was talking about. That this kind of good bowling will definitely be rewarded at some stage, and a wicket will definitely bring in them back in the game. So Kapish has to be the man who's to walk back to the pavilion, and it is that man Shubham who's once again delivered for Nepal when required. And you can see that he hasn't been able to score much, and now once again it is Singapore who find themselves in a lot of pressure. So just that arm ball, and this time he's trapped in front, and no hesitation from the umpire to raise his arm. Yes, and this is going to be the harsh truth about this innings that survival without scoring, especially in a final like this, is rarely going to be enough. Someone like Kapish, who walked out to the middle to support Rohan, has scored two of his 37 deliveries that he faced. And just like that, almost another opportunity to pick up another wicket. So he's not really allowing any of the batters to settle in right now. And let's see if Rohan Austin can just delay the inevitable. They need to start scoring from somewhere. Otherwise, they will be bundled out and they won't find themselves up with a good score at the board. Yes, 2 runs picked up by him. It's been a marathon at the crease, but not one that's shifted the momentum when it comes to the batting of Singapore. Much better delivery this time to Rohan from Shubham. He has one more delivery remaining, and Rohan Austin has just defended anything that's been bowled at the stumps. So Nepal will be very happy with this dot after dot, and the wickets keep coming whenever they have created the opportunity. So Singapore need more than just occupation at the crease. They definitely need some sort of a statement out there. And time seems like is quickly running out. So let's see if the captain Bipin can produce a wicket from the other end, because Singapore is not really looking like they are threatening the scoreboard here. 73 for 7 after the completion of 25 overs. So half of the overs have been completed, and right now it looks like what we were discussing, just around the score of 100, is even looking very distant from here. Yes, and another thing is definitely the sharp contrast in the bowling style of the two left arm spinners. Bipin Prasad Sharma, on occasions, we have seen that he likes to fire the ball at the stump. On the other hand, Shubham Kanal has been happy to just flight and then just extract some turn of the pitch. So even though they're left arm spinners on the list of bowlers, they are both very different to each other, and that's really something that has helped Nepal in the course of the bowling. So, very much of variety when it comes to similarities for these two spinners. Looks like the wicket taker Shubham is continuing from the other end, and he'll be happy that he has a go at someone like Yuvan Pandey. He's a very tall batter, and looks like he'll have to use his stretch to perfection here when it comes to footwork, and negotiating someone like Shubham Kanal will not be very easy. He's trying to just flight the ball on occasions, and just on that, we can see that sometimes it is also going with the arm. So, a very good mix, and Shubham Kanal has looked very good out there with the ball in hand today. Yes, and this has been very good from Yuvan Pandey. Right from the word go, he's looked to rotate the strike, and he gives us an idea that he's not going to die wondering here. The ball was pitched fuller, and suddenly he creates one by just playing that down the ground. So a good start definitely from Yuvan Pandey, and we've seen him do wonders with the ball in hand. This time, he's just started to look good with the bat. But on the other hand, Shubham Kanal will be happy that someone is trying to take him on. Maybe he can just adjust slightly and in the process pick up yet another wicket. We'll have to see. Perhaps this is the contest between bat and ball that we were waiting for. Yes, hats off to the crowd here at UKM Oval. They're making lots of noise, and the atmosphere has been electric throughout the final. Their cheers, energy, and passion have added a lot to the game. They have lifted the spirits on both the sides. Whether you're here in person or watching online, the fans have truly made this a memorable spectacle for youth cricket in this region. And Sushil has started off with two looseners. As you can see, that is pulled away nicely onto the leg side. And Rohan Austin is getting the much needed move on and is helped by some poor bowling from Sushil at this stage. Yes, he's been batting out there since the very start of this innings. And when he came to open the innings for Singapore here, he started off with a lot of pressure on himself because there was wickets falling at regular intervals from the other side. And he's been able to play out a lot of deliveries, but he's managed to stay out there until now. He's staged a few partnership with Pranad. He managed 17 with Rian Naik as well, the score of 17 in terms of partnership. And then once again with Kapish, there was another 17-run partnership. So that's the number that is not seemingly leaving Rohan Austin when it comes to partnerships. Right now with Yuvan Pandey, already they've managed to score 15. But the good thing about this partnership has been the fact that it has come off only 18 deliveries. So useful contributions from Yuvan Pandey so far, but this partnership really needs to flourish because right now we can say that the runs have started to come for Singapore. Yes, definitely. And one thing that I think the Nepal bowling team has to be smart about is the fact that we know Rohan Austin is the opening batsman of Singapore, so he's definitely the man with the better technique. On the other hand, we're seeing someone like Yuvan Pandey out there in the middle. So Nepal really need to find out a way to give more strike to someone like Yuvan Pandey and keep bowling at him because with that there is a higher chance of picking up a wicket. And I believe if Rohan Austin is keeping off strike for a bit longer, I think he'll start being more frustrated, and in the process, he can lose the wicket as well. So that's really something that the bowling side can really try at this stage because at the moment, both the batters are looking quite comfortable. This is what we were talking about, haven't we? The fact that Yuvan Pandey will be giving further more chances if he is kept on strike for a bit longer. And straight away with Abhay Yadav into the attack, he has shown that he's not in full control. On that occasion, we saw a leading edge just not carrying to the fielder at cover. And right now, we'll have to see if somehow Abhay Yadav can just bowl that magic delivery and beat the defense of Yuvan Pandey and pick up a wicket here. Yes, and interestingly, we are not seeing a slip in play, especially to the new batter, Yuvan Pandey. He's faced 11 deliveries, I get that, but I think he should be the man who needs to be attacked more. And Abhay Yadav can perhaps just have that close in fielder. Look at that, he's just called it, and that is excellent running. So I think Yuvan Pandey is someone who really understands the game, and he knows that rotation of the strike is crucial because Nepal will be very happy bowling to him. So full credits to him, and he brings back Rohan Austin on strike. Yes, it looks like Abhay Yadav is still willing to bend his back and generate some pace because we are quite far into this game. It's the 29th over that's being bowled right now. Abhay has already bowled 6 overs before this, but he looks like he's still not tired. He's still hungry for wickets. And right now, we're seeing that Rohan Austin is also starting to look very good. He's looked more confident in his drives, and it looks like this is turning out to be a very good partnership for Singapore. Yes, they have negotiated the way that Bipin has been bowling today. At least we can say that they haven't given away much to him. They're happy to just play defensively against him, and we can see that Bipin Prasad is starting to look a little bit frustrated. He doesn't like to be the one who's content with bowling economical spells. He loves to be among the wickets, and so far, Rohan Austin has done that to absolute perfection. Yes, he looks like he's in a lot of pain right now. I think they'll have to give him some fresh air and perhaps just look after him because you really don't want an injury at this stage. So we'll have to wait and watch for the news that has to come from the field. And with that, the players are taking a slight bit of break as we speak. So stay tuned definitely for the news from the center. And we'll be back with updates shortly.
Continuing here for Nepal, they still have 3 wickets to go, and this partnership is looking good so far. Attempted slow delivery, good change of pace, and well dealt with by Yuvan Pandey. He's doing a wonderful job. He came into bat and he has looked very positive and trying to rotate the strike and get back Rohan back on strike.
Yes, and I think so far one thing that has gone missing is the kind of field placement that the captain of Nepal was persisting with. I think they have allowed him to settle in, and just like that, what a delivery from Abhay Yadav. Deserves that wicket and celebrates in style once again. Just clipping that bell. What a delivery from Abhay Yadav to pick up that wicket of Yuvan Pandey here.
Well, absolutely brilliant scenes here at the UKM Oval. And the Nepal crowd just erupts in celebration. Another wicket here, 88 for 8. And that was a peach of a delivery, back of length, pacey, beaten for pace. And Yuvan Pandey had no answers to that. And finally, the crucial partnership is broken.
Yes, an absolutely sensational delivery. I can't stop picturizing that delivery in my mind yet. Beautifully pitched ball, just angling in enough and beating the bat and rattling the stump. The pails just fly off in that spectacular fashion. And then we saw that celebration once again, the energy of the entire Nepal crowd. It seemed like it was with Abhay. and he carries that soul, doesn't he? He's already picked up 3 wickets, and it is that man Yuvan Pandey who had to go back after a brilliant score of 9 runs that he managed to score off the 17 deliveries he faced. Beautifully bowled, definitely. What a moment. That wicket really came out of nowhere, and this is why fast bowlers are always important in a game of cricket when it comes to picking up wickets out of nowhere.
And again, equal credit must go to the captain as well, because he still opted to go for pace rather than spin, whereas the spinners have done a wonderful job. But then these are those changes that really can change the whole context of the game. We have seen Singapore showing some resilience out there, and then that delivery came out of nowhere, an absolute peach. And with that, Abhay Yadav gets his third wicket. So it's 6 wickets shared by the opening bowlers. A wonderful stats here.
Yes, and Nepal will be very proud of that. Throughout the tournament, we saw how things were tightened up by the two spinners in Bipin and Shubham. On the other hand, today, we're seeing an absolute contrast in that picture. It is Abhay Yadav and Sushil, like you mentioned, have picked up 6 wickets between themselves, and they have been supported by the economic spell of Bipin and Shubham. So, just when it needed, on the day it matters the most, the fast bowlers have absolutely stepped up their game, and right now they are dictating terms here. All the cards right now with Nepal, and they'll be just trying to clear maybe before Singapore reaches that psychological benchmark of putting the 3 digit score on the board. Let's see if they can restrict them before that 100. 88 runs then at the scoreboard after losing 8 wickets for Singapore at the completion of 31 overs.
Well, Abrar, it's all about the mindset, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that Singapore did their homework and they were more worried about the spinners, and they have only given 1 wicket to the spinners. So they've done a good job there. But then Nepal said, hey, hang on, we have some good pacers as well. So it's the pacers who did the damage, taking 6 wickets and 1 run out. So complete change of dimensions in this game.
Yes, and at this moment, the scoreboard is once again barely just moving, and the wickets keep tumbling around someone like Rohan, who's still hanging out there at the moment. 23 of 83 deliveries are gritty, definitely slow, but an innings under tremendous pressure. And look what has happened. It is Bipin Sharma. You can't really keep him off that bowling attack for too long. Once again, he finds himself among the wicket column, and he's taken that prize wicket of Rohan Austin, who's holding one end, and right now he has departed. And with him, perhaps the hopes for Singapore has also gone back to the pavilion. And definitely, Bipin is looking energetic out there, and deservingly so. You can't really keep him off for too long here.
Well, finally, that wicket for Vipin. He tried everything from ball one. He was bowling it quick, bowling it short, bowling it with more flight. He tried everything, and finally, he managed to sneak through the defenses of Rohan. So, well played innings. He showed a lot of heart batting out there. Rohan, Austin, Arun. He scored 23 of 85. Very slow innings, but then he was running out of partners, and some wonderful bowling from the Nepal bowlers really didn't give him any chance to play his natural game. And finally, Nepal are just 1 wicket away from finishing off this innings, and the new batter walked into bat. Oh, another quick delivery right at the stumps.
Yes, on that last occasion, Bipin Prasad Sharma absolutely tore through that middle stump, and he strides in, releases a beauty. That was full and straight, really, and that went through in the air very quickly. And as Rohan went onto the back foot, that was the mistake he committed. On that occasion, the keeper is unable to stop that, so a single is taken. But nevertheless, that was a killer blow from Bipin right in the heart of the innings. His strike has definitely given Nepal the breakthrough that they were looking for. And Rohan Austin really batted with a very gritty innings. He was out there from the very beginning. And now the two batters out there are just trying to take the score to a respectable total. At the moment is 89. Bipin Prasad, on the other hand, is just trying to pick up that last wicket. He's bowling to Akash Teja, who's yet to get off the mark. He has one more delivery remaining, and he'll be eyeing to pick up that wicket right now.
Well, you can hear them, the chants from the Nepal fans, and why not? A wonderful day for them. It's the big final, and now they are dominating 89 for 9, just one wicket away. Oh, beautiful delivery once again. What a spell here from Abhay Yadav. Has done a wonderful job both with the new ball and now with the older delivery as well. A wild swing and a miss once again. That was very close to the stumps. I think now both the tail enders will go for everything. Vedant Gupta just losing his shape, and straight away Akash Teja is having a word with his partner. Probably now the plan will be to get past that 100-run mark, which is very important because anything below 100, it will give them that psychological blow as well. Meanwhile, Abhay Yadav will look to clean off this tail. Oh, that's a edge. And that will run away for a boundary. Welcome runs here for Singapore.
Yes, definitely crucial runs, we must say, for Singapore at this stage. And once again, we see that the fast bowler was bowling without a player at the slip cordon. And that's really just the one thing, if we have to criticize the Nepal skipper on, that's been the fact that he has sometimes not really attacked the batters when they came out to bat. And in the process, he has conceded a few runs. But other than that, he's absolutely been spot on, like we were talking about before. And Abhay Yadav, once again, came up with a beautiful delivery on that occasion and almost picked up a wicket. We'll have to see how long these two batters can carry on. Vedansh Gupta is on strike, this time a Yorker, and plays it with soft hands. That is good cricket. He knows his job is to primarily take Singapore over the line of that 100 in their mind. Let's see how they go from here.
Yes, 94 for 9. Only 6 runs away. But then so far, Abhay Yadav has bowled a good over. And the good thing is he has looked to attack the stumps just like that. Ends up in a low full toss, probably went for that Yorker. So the Yorkers are very hard to execute, especially at a young age. It's not easy, but it's good that he's bowling with a lot of heart and he's not afraid to try different things. We have seen him bowl the slower delivery as well. And then on most of the occasions, he has been very good with his line and length. And look at that, another slower delivery. But this time, Akash Teja was right behind it. End of over number 33. It's 94 for 9.
And I think I'll be very interested to see if Shusil Bahadur Rawal is brought back into the attack because he is the fastest among the bowlers of Nepal today. Perhaps he can just bowl that Yorker from really out of nowhere and pick up the wicket, the last wicket here. But on the other hand, Pripin Prasad Sharma has also bowled 8 over. He's picked up 1 wicket just on the over before this, so he'll be full of energy as well. So as long as Nepal pick up a wicket, it doesn't matter who comes to bowl, but we'll have to wait and see how they are able to extract that wicket from here.
Well, Abrar, I believe it will be the captain who looks much more hungry for a wicket here. He has been inspirational with the ball throughout this tournament. Already took 17 wickets and definitely sitting right up there at the leaderboard for the most wickets by any bowler in this tournament. So I think he will be looking to finish it off. But it's not going to be easy. So far, the batters are looking to be very defensive, not trying to take the attack. Oh, he almost went through it. Another quick, fiery delivery right at the stumps, and he did well to get a bat on that.
Yes, and I think with the last two batters out there, Bipin Prasad can truly attack. He's given away just 8 runs, so as always, he's been ever so economical. Just needs to somehow get the correct delivery and pick up a wicket. And here, he has created multiple opportunities, but so far, the batters are somehow surviving.
Yes, survival. That has been the mindset of the batters, which I'm not a fan of, to be honest, because you need to play your natural game. That's when Singapore really lost it today. Oh, that's edged away, right away from the slip fielder, and that will be a boundary. So these are crucial runs again from the bat of Vidhans Gupta. And the scoreboard moves on to 99 now.
So this last batter, Vedant Gupta, has already moved on and become the third highest scorer for Singapore today. That really sums up the story, doesn't it? Because the other batters really missed out on intent and he wasn't really scoring much. And right now, in fact, the boundary was from Akash Teja. So, nevertheless, this is turning out to be a very crucial partnership for the batters out there. Already they've managed to score 7 runs, and with that, Bipin Prasad completes his over. He'll not be too happy because I believe he wanted to be below 10 runs so that his economy is around that 1 run mark. But right now, I think it will be interesting to see if Nepal brings in a fast bowler. Interestingly, with the last wicket in hand, they have called out for drinks. So stay tuned. We'll be back with the updates and we'll be back with live action. But right now, we have drinks break in play. So after the drinks break, we're back with live action, and it is Abhay to continue. Needs a way to pick up that last wicket, and both these batters are leaving dangerously. But the good thing for them is the fact that they've been able to pick up some runs here. This partnership, 11 of just 16 deliveries, and these are crucial runs because all the other batters really struggled to get a go out there, except the likes of Rian Naik, who put 15 of 11 deliveries, and Rohan Austin, the opener, 23 of 84 deliveries. So otherwise, nothing really to mention when it comes to the batting of Singapore, especially after winning the toss. They were looking to put a show with the bat, but they were undone by some scintillating effort with the ball in hand from Nepal. At the moment, they're 99 with a loss of 9. So definitely, even if they pick up a wicket here, the score that Nepal need to chase will be 100. So that will be something that will put on a little bit of psychological advantage to Singapore. And otherwise, nothing really much to mention when it comes to the batting of Singapore here.
Yes, the bowlers have done a wonderful job here. Oh, edged away once again. Oh dear. And they have survived. And finally, the 100 runs comes up. So psychologically, Singapore will feel the relief right now. But Abrar, will 100 runs be enough, especially against such a strong batting lineup of Nepal?
Yes, at the start of play, I remember, Shaidu, you were mentioning that even something like 200 to 220 wouldn't be enough. And right now, we've seen how good Nepal has been with the ball in hand. And our viewers are well aware that Nepal is, in fact, strongest when it comes to the batting in terms of the three suits batting, bowling, and fielding. So, with the likes of their batting still waiting to come out there, I think Nepal will really fancy their chances in this final of the ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup. And full credits to them, they have bowled very well, they fielded as well very nicely. And right now, the bowlers have created plenty of chances. And with the last wicket almost in sight, we'll be just waiting to see what is the target that Singapore manages in the end. But I think it's never going to be enough. But cricket is a funny game, so we'll have to wait and watch. It's not over until the very last ball has been delivered. So let's see.
Yes, absolutely. It's not over until it's over. But at the same time, if Nepal pulls it off, it will be back to back wins for them. They are the defending champion. They won the last tournament, and right now they will be trying to make it 2 out of 2. And so far, they have been unbeaten in this tournament through the group stages. They won all of their games, and then that semi-final, a clinical finish against the host Malaysia, where they beat Malaysia by 9 wickets. Big win there as well. Well, end of 35 overs, it's 102 for 9. Well, Sushil Bahadur will continue in here. I think it's a right choice because every time he bowled at the stumps, he looked extremely dangerous with his pace. I think it will be a good opportunity for him to rattle through this last wicket. Here he comes steaming in, Sushil Bahadur. A good defense. Vedant Gupta is doing a good job here.
Yes, and looks like the tail is wagging a bit. They have definitely managed to put on 102 runs at the moment. So just when we thought that it will be all be wrapped up, Singapore have dragged themselves to a respectable total. It's not pretty, but there's some late resistance from the lower order, adding just the few vital runs that are needed for that morale boost up. And here we're seeing that Sushil Bahadur is just trying to angle the ball into the right hander and looking for that one technical flaw in the batting of Vedansh Gupta. So still there's not any loss of sight of the bigger picture. This innings has been dominated by Nepal's bowlers. The opening onslaught from the seamers set the tone. Abhay and Sushil are now continuing as well, so they're looking to pick up that last wicket. And let's see if Sushil Bahadur has that one magic delivery remaining.
Well, again, a good delivery. Well, when we speak about the batting of Singapore, only two batters scored in double digits, which was Rohan, who scored 23 of 84. And then the only batter who really looked positive today was the captain, Rian Nayak, who scored 15 of 11. And apart from that, the third highest runs, in fact, the most runs who were scored by extras, that's 23 of them. So that's something Nepal needs to work on because against good oppositions, this will hurt them. 23 extras in a low scoring game, it's something to be concerned about. But so far, I think they should just relax because it's a big final, and they should just look to win this game. That should be the ideal thing right now.
Yes, and given the fact that they have still managed to pick up wickets at regular intervals, really suggests that whenever they've bowled that good delivery, it has often resulted in the wicket. So once again, this time you can see that the batter Vedansh is just trying to do something, and once again we hear the joy of the crowd from Nepal supporters, both here at UCAM Oval and watching us live. So the crowd has definitely been very vibrant, vocal, and fully behind the team from the first ball. It's been a dominant display as well with the ball in hand for Nepal, and once again, that will be something that the crowd is very delighted about. So, from early wickets to sharp fielding, there has been relentless pressure. And this has definitely been a performance that we anticipate from a team that has reached the final. The fans have also matched that energy every step of the way. And so far, Sushil Bahadur is really bowled a good over and he's trying to pick up that wicket. On the other hand, Vedansh Gupta, 9 of 21 right now, is just trying to delay that outcome. And in the process, he's also stitched up a partnership with Akash Teja at the moment, 15 of 26 between them. And let's see if they can just manage to score a bit more, perhaps be around that 120 to 130 runs mark.
Oh, that was a sharp bouncer. Well bowled there. Sushil Bahadur just asking some questions to the batters. And Vedant Gupta did well to stay away out of that firing line. It was coming straight at him. So very good over. End of over number 36. It's 103 for 9. Well, I think it's the leg spinner, Sachin Bhatta, who will be bowling. And I think it's a good time to bring in the leg spinner as well. He looked dangerous through those middle overs as well. And I think with his googly, it will be very difficult for the tail enders to pick him up. And if he can get one in the right area, he can just clean up the tail.
Yes, with the leg spin introduced into the attack, sometimes the batters can really just feel like they have a chance against him, and maybe in that process, a false shot can come in, which can eventually help Nepal to pick up a wicket. So, interesting tactic. He definitely has the flight and the ability to pick up a wicket. So, with just one wicket to go, this might just be the way that Nepal can figure out in picking out a wicket. On the other hand, Akash Teja has been patient and he's well partnered by Vedansh. So a good contest at the very end of this innings. Let's see if the bowler has the upper hand.
Again, that's edged away. That might run away to the boundary, and it does. Well, these are important runs, and these two batters out there are fighting it out against the Nepalese spinners. Well, he
These
wasn't
are
in.
valuable runs, definitely. 15 of 32 this partnership now. And just when that ball was slightly a bit loose on the offside, I think he deliberately played that on the offside. So full credit to Akash Teja there.
Much quicker on that occasion. That was a good delivery. Sachin Bhatta, he needs to learn to read the batter as well because he is trying to bowl a bit too quick, I guess. These are tail enders. You need to make them play just like that and just sliding through his defenses. End of a good over. 7 runs he has conceded in his 4 overs. Sachin Bhatta. It's 107 for 9. Well, Vipin Sharma, the captain, will be finishing off his spell here. And look at that, 2 slips in place. I'm sure he'll be firing it in at the stumps. And a very aggressive field set. Finally, he could have brought in those slips a bit earlier. Well, Vidans Gupta, rock solid right behind the delivery. This is a good fight by the tailenders. They're doing well. Again, a good delivery. Another dot delivery here.
This partnership will definitely frustrate Nepal out there. For a moment, they thought that they really have a chance to close out the innings when it comes to the scoring of Singapore. But right now, both these batters have managed to score 9 runs each, and they are look like they're not quite worried about the spin of Bipin Prasad here. They've played him out quite comfortably, both these batters, and definitely this is turning out to be a very good partnership late in this innings for Singapore. And Vipin is just flighting that, which we've seen him rarely try to do. And with that, he has one more delivery remaining in his spell. Once again, a very economic one, but compared to the other outings, he has been seen off quite nicely here. Just the 1 wicket that was given to him, last ball coming in then. Fired it in, and once again, thickish outside edge, but that will help them to just take that single. So 38 overs completed. It's 108 with a loss of 9.
Yes, and a wonderful spell here from the captain of Nepal. 10 overs, 14 runs, and a wicket. Very economical. Economy of 1.14. Wonderful job done by the captain. Well, he couldn't take many wickets today, but economical as ever. So 108 for 9. And it will be time for the other spinner to come back into the attack. Shubham will bowl from the other end. So spin at both ends. It's a good choice as well. He's just trying to rotate his bowlers. We have seen Sachin bowling from that end, and just after 1 over, he has been replaced by Shubham. I think Shubham will be more likely to pick a wicket in here because he bowls it a bit more slower in the air. So if the batters try to play shots, I think he's a more likely bowler to create that opportunity to get a wicket in here.
Yes, and so far we have to give full credit to these two batters, Vedansh Gupta and Akash Teja, because they have evaded that rush of blood. They haven't really gone after the bowling, and they haven't really played any kind of wild shot out there yet. Just when I say that, would you imagine he's tried to slog sweep one on the leg side? So I don't think that was quite necessary because this is turning out to be a good partnership. So he needs to keep his cool out there and maybe just continue this.
Well, one of those rare occasions where we have seen the batter just losing his shape. And I think the ball hit him in a sensitive part, and he definitely needs some attention out there. Well, I think Abrar, he heard you and he went for the shot, definitely trying to take the bowler on. Well, we are back live here after a short break. Singapore 108 for 9. Vedant Gupta and Akash Teja putting up a good show here. They're fighting it out against Team Nepal. The spinners have done a wonderful job today. Another good delivery. But probably he's bowling it a bit too short for my liking, Abrar.
Yes, it's been a touch too short, and I have observed it as well. But would you believe it that this is the partnership that is turning out to be the best one for Singapore today? They have put on 20 before this delivery of the 44 deliveries that they have played, and so far they've been unharmed. So the right kind of attention that was required from these two batters, and we really have to start asking the question that what really went wrong with the top order and the middle order of this Singapore batting lineup, because these two batters are making it seem like it's very easy and it's a very good surface to bat on.
Yes, definitely. I think it's just the mindset of the batters because we have seen some very defensive approach, especially from the top orders and the middle order batters. And that's when the pace bowlers, whom they were not worried about, took those wickets. So I think the Singaporean batters were worried about the spinners, but then it was the pacers who really did the damage, especially at the top of the order. So over number 39 concludes. It's 109 for 9.
Yes, and do you think that at this point, both Akash Teja and Vedant Gupta will start to think of playing out the entire 50 overs, because just 11 overs remaining. So even if they get some score with a run rate of, let's say, around 2, they'll still manage to put on something about 20 more runs on the scoreboard. So they'll be around that 130, 140 runs mark. And that really will give the bowler something to go at. So you think that will be the conversation between the two batters out there?
Yes, definitely. Especially now with that single, it's also the highest partnership in the entire innings. So they've done a wonderful job. And if they can play those full 50 overs, it's going to be that boost of morale when they go back into the dugout and come and hit the field as well. So I think that should be the target right now because they have nothing to lose. It's the last wicket remaining, and both the batters are batting well out there. And again, another single. Every run here will be crucial. And Abrar, we all know cricket can be a funny game. We have seen Nepal doing a wonderful job with the bat, but then some early wickets and the pressure of the final, and we never know.
Yes, and we can't really take anything away from the Singapore bowlers. They have also been standout when it comes to bowling in this tournament. We know that the likes of Yuvan is there, who's brilliant with the ball in hand. We know the batter right now, Vedansh, is extremely good with the new ball in hand. So Singapore definitely has a few bowlers who up their rank and definitely help and pick up a few wickets right up top, like you mentioned. So definitely, I think Nepal will just try to close out this innings as soon as possible because this is turning out to be a very dangerous partnership for Singapore. They've already put on 24 runs between them, and these are crucial runs.
Yes, absolutely. And take nothing away from his batting partner, Akash Teja. He's a very handy spinner as well. We have seen him picking up wickets, and he's someone who likes to dry up the runs in those middle overs. So I'm sure that 100 or 150 won't be enough, but at the same time, at least it will be something to bowl at. So another decent over comes to an end, 112 for 9. Well, just when the Nepal bowlers were dominating, Vedant Gupta and Akash Teja said, "We are not going down without a fight," and we have seen some good fight out there. Now this pair have already added 25 runs, and these are very crucial runs. Oh, beautiful delivery, enticing the batter to come down the track and just taking the ball away. I've been very impressed with Shubham Khanal and his pace at which he bowls.
Yes, and this is turning out to be quite the stand that Singapore were looking for. At this point, 113 runs on the board for Singapore, and both Vedansh and Akash are looking quite identical when it comes to their approach, with similar sort of score as well. And what a fight this has been from this final pair. They have faced a lot of deliveries among themselves. At the moment, they have faced 53 deliveries, and they're showing more than any of the top order batters have done today. Singapore were collapsing for just about 88 runs on the board, and that's when this partnership started to flourish. And still, Nepal are in control, we have to say, but it's just that this last partnership will just frustrate them more than anything else.
Yes, absolutely. And it's very hot and humid out there. And the ninth wicket actually fell in the 32nd over. And finally, Shubham Khanal gets through the defenses and he hits the timber. And Akash Deja departs, finally bringing the end to that innings.
Yes, and it's that man again, Shubham, who's looked very good with the ball in hand. And with that, that will be all. Singapore innings comes out to a close. It's 113 then, in the end, is what they have managed. And what a dominant bowling performance from Nepal in this grand finale of the ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup. From the very first over, it was clear Nepal came out with purpose, precision, and intensity. And they never let it go, really. The damage was done early by the pace duo. And welcome back to UKM Oval. The sun is still shining, the atmosphere is still electric, and Nepal now stepping out to chase a modest target of 114 runs in this grand finale of the ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup. It's been a near flawless bowling display by Nepal, and now it's time for the batters to just finish the job. Opening the innings are Parimarjan Yadav and Prasiddha Jaisi, two calm, composed young men with massive opportunity ahead of them. They're not just chasing a mountain, but finals are never just about the numbers. It's about handling the pressure, silencing the nerves, and writing your own name in history. Vedansh will start off proceedings with the new ball, and Singapore will definitely have to come out with fire. They know early wickets are their only chance, really, but Nepal hold all the cards definitely. They have a strong lineup, and they definitely have form in their side, with, of course, full crowd support as well. So here we go. 114 runs is the target. A trophy is at stake, and two young openers are taking in. And looks like Parimarjan has started off nicely. Vedansh is attacking the stump definitely, and this time it was deviating down the leg side, and with that, it will be signaled a boundary, and Nepal is off and running. First boundary then for Parimarjan Yadav, and he definitely approaches the innings in this kind of a way. And if he gets going, then they'll definitely be able to chase this target down quite quickly. And with that boundary, really, we have to say that there's not much margin for error when it comes to Vedansh Gupta. Nepal have dominated the first half, but this is a final, and finals often have a way of testing character. Just as you can see that it was a very good delivery this time from Vedansh, just beating that outside edge. And once again, it is not in the most convincing fashion, but Parimarjan has picked up a couple of boundaries straight away, and the pressure will be with Singapore right now. Vedansh to continue. He's bowled well, but is searching for that wicket early on. And nevertheless, in spite of the way it has come, it has been a very good start for Nepal. They're off and running, 8 runs already in just 4 balls. Parimarjan Yadav seems like he doesn't waste any kind of time. He's confident with his stroke play and he wants to pierce the gap as often as he can, with which he can just set the tone early for Nepal here. This is exactly what you want in a chase like this, and you don't really want any kind of nerves or any kind of hesitation, just true intent and backing up the ability that they have shown throughout this tournament. On the other hand, Singapore really needs some early pressure, but looks like Nepal have just come out to bat with all guns blazing. The crowd is already on its feet and they're sensing something special that could happen quickly here. If the momentum continues, Nepal might just sprint to that trophy very, very quickly. This has been the partnership to watch out for in the tournament. Parimarjan Yadav and Prashidha Jaisi, they have delivered the goods very often for Nepal. Right now, Vedant Gupta has finished his first over. He's given away 9 runs, but they will really be hoping that from any one of the sides they can just pick up a wicket and come back in the game. On the other hand, Prasidh Chesi has just faced that one ball, and Parimarjan Yadav has already scored the 9 runs of the 5 deliveries that he has faced. We all know how dangerous someone like Parimarjan Yadav can be. In this tournament, particularly, he's been very aggressive. In the innings he's played before this, he's batting at a strike rate of 197. That is really something that can really break the backbone of a chase, and he wants to do exactly that. Kapish is continuing from the other end, so a familiar sort of a sight that we've seen tried by Singapore with the new ball. This time he gets a little bit of a bounce, and Prasiddha JC does well. Just watch that out. Here's Kapish. This time he's persisting on the offside, not really allowing too much of room, and seems like Parimarjan is just happy to play at that with soft hands. So a couple of dot deliveries to start things off for Kapish Venkatraman. He's done a good job when it comes to bowling for Singapore throughout this tournament, but at this point, he definitely has his work cut off here. There's not really much on the scoreboard for him to defend. Just 114 runs is the target for Nepal. And with that, here's the third. This is a much better delivery. Thickish outside edge, and the ball is racing away. No chance really for the fielder in the deep. And once again, Parimarjan is on the rise and getting the move on here. You can see what Kapish is trying to do here. He has a slip in play for exactly that. He was attacking the off stump, but the batter out there has gone on and used his muscle to perfection. Really did not allow any kind of chances because the power of that shot was way too much, and the fielder in the deep really had no chance. So the intention is quite clear. Parimarjan is not looking to just wait around. And look at that straightforward catch, and Kapi strikes. That ball just had that extra little bit of bounce, and this is the moment that Singapore were looking for. It doesn't matter how quickly he was scoring because he has to go back to the pavilion now. Soft dismissal, really, as you can see, Kapish running in this delivery that was pulled slightly back of a good length in swinger and played straight to him. So big moment in the game now. We can truly say that the game is right back in the balance. With that, I'm happy to welcome Shaidur back with me at the combox. Shaidur, what do you have to say about that one?
Well, thank you, Abrar. And what a wicket here for Singapore. I think early wickets will be the only thing that they will require at this moment. And they have got one in the back, 13 for one. And I think the Nepal batters were probably taking it a bit too casually because they only require a very modest total to win. But it's time like this when if you don't concentrate, then you can really lose your way into the game. So early wicket here, Singapore will look to pick at least another one or two here to put some pressure on the opposition.
Yes, Singapore definitely will be hoping that one wicket can just bring in another. We know that this is a very deep batting lineup that Nepal has, And one thing that is striking about their approach is definitely the fact that they have excellent running between the wickets. They are very athletic when it comes to their physique. They're very fit cricketers, and whenever the ball goes in the deep, you can really see them turn ones into twos and definitely keep the scoreboard ticking. So even if they don't get boundaries, they're well and truly up there. It is Shivansh who has joined Prashit Jesse, and it will be a good phase in the game, given that Singapore will try to exploit another wicket here. On the other hand, definitely I think Nepal will just try to continue scoring the way they are.
Yes, a very good end to the over. It's 14 for 1. And I think it's very important for Prashid Jaisi, the Centurion from one of the early games, to be there. And I think Nepal have two Centurions in the lineup in this tournament. So those batters will be very important going into this game because, yes, it's a modest total, 114 to win. But then if you lose early wickets, that's when pressure can really get on the better of the batters. And so far, we have seen the Singaporean bowlers are doing a good job in here.
Yes, the likes of Rayan Sharma is still waiting to come out to bat, the tournament highest scorer. He is just a couple of days ago, he's put on a mammoth total of 168 runs all by himself, which is the highest individual score in this tournament. So that's something we can wait and see if it happens or not. But with that, we've seen a slight bit of a misfield, and that has allowed Shivansh to really get a move on here. He's 5 of 2 now, and really out of nowhere, he's picked up a boundary. Singapore can't really afford to do that.
It's absolutely good looking shot there. Again, very good delivery. And the good thing about Shewansh is he's walking towards the pitch of the delivery. So that's one very basic thing that you need to learn as a batter, which is to get closer to the deliveries to play them. That's the only way where you can really play your shots with ease. So the body balance is there. So technically very correct. The wicketkeeper batsman, Shivansh Pajkain. Here comes Vedant once again. Oh, that's well fielded. Again, just opening the face of the bat. Probably not the best of shots, especially with two slips in place.
Yes, and Vedansh will just try to pick up that one wicket here for Singapore, which can be really turning out things in their favor because with that wicket, they can really find a flicker of hope and maybe they can just continue in their merry way. So Singapore will definitely try to pick up wickets, and it's good captaincy from Nian Naik. He is persisting with two slips, and on the previous delivery, we saw that one was almost carrying to the keeper. Once again, we see a good looking drive down the ground, and what's very good for Shivansh is the fact that he's looking to play in that V that we often say players should be playing.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's the basics that you need to get it right. And playing down the ground and in the V is probably the safest place to hit the cricket ball and risk free cricket, I would say. That's exactly what Nepal needs right now. Oh, good looking shot and slight misfield, I would say, in the covers. It was the captain, Rian Nayak, got a hand to it, but couldn't stop the single. Again, both the batters looking extremely positive and not afraid to take that step forward towards the pitch of the delivery, especially knowing that there's two slips in place for that catching. But still, I think it's a very positive intent shown by the Nepal batters.
Yes, and the two fast bowlers of Singapore are quite tall and they have a good bowling action as well. So I think a short ball will be around that corner against these two Nepal batters out there. And that can be something that they can try on in the next over when they come out to attack. Because other than that, whenever the ball has been pitched fuller, I think both these batters have played their drives to absolute perfection so far.
Yes, absolutely. I think both the bowlers have good height, and I think they need to understand and utilize their height in purchasing a wicket in here, because with that high arm release, you can always extract some extra bounce of the wicket. So it's very important that they figure out their lengths right. So far, they have been bowling pretty close to the bat. Much better delivery on that occasion, slightly back of length, just pushing the batter on the back foot.
I think among the two batters that Singapore have started things with, among Vedansh and Kapish, I think Kapish is looking like he's getting more of the wicket. He's trying to swing the ball back into the right hander, and so far he's already picked up a wicket by giving away just 6 runs. So that's something that Vedansh Gupta can really try to do when he comes out to bowl in his next over, because these two really need to give Singapore a good start. And so far, we're seeing that both the batters of Nepal are just trying to rotate the strike by playing the shots into the gap, and they're batting with a healthy run rate, really.
Yes, and I think the last thing that the bowlers need to do right now will be to become predictable. We have seen Kapish bringing the ball in. So as a batter, you are already watching the ball coming onto the bat, and you know exactly that every delivery is coming in towards me. And then if he can get one to move away, that's when it will really be interesting, because we have seen someone like Abhay Yadav was bringing the ball in on several occasions, and the moment he got one to go away from the right hander, he got a wicket.
Yes, but I think the batters of Nepal will not really allow these two bowlers to settle in. I think just because a wicket has fallen, they have looked a bit cautious. But if a scoring opportunity is there, they'll definitely start getting it. And look at that. Just when we speak about it, he smashed one down the ground. This is exactly what we were talking about. Prashid the Jaisi is too good a player to just go into that shell that we keep talking about. And looks like he's definitely trying to start attacking these bowlers of Singapore right now.
Yes, that will take away some pressure. What a shot. The bowlers were piling up some dot deliveries, and then Prasidha Jaisi takes the attack, goes inside out over the infield. And like I said, the consistency or being predictable, that's exactly what happened. He knew that the ball was coming into him with the angle, so he created that room for himself to get underneath the ball and play that shot. I think this is smart batting.
Yes, this is always going to be a mix of caution with aggression when it comes to Prasiddha Jaisi. We mentioned that he's already picked up a lot of runs in this tournament as well. Prasiddha Jaisi before this innings was the fourth highest scorer with 29 runs on the board, and his highest score was 132. So this man knows how to play the long innings, and he knows how to build on. So the right man really for the job when it comes to chasing this total. 4 overs have been completed. It's 26 with a loss of 1.
Well, it's time for a bowling change, and it's the captain bringing himself on. I think it's the right idea, especially when two batters are playing extremely well out there. He needs to rotate his bowlers and see what he can get through. It's very important that Singapore gets early wickets. That's the only way to fight back into the game, because dot balls are not really going to hurt them. I mean, Nepal well and truly looking on their way to another famous victory here. And they will be clinching the title for the second time consecutively. That's a full toss, way over the infield, and that's a flat six. What a hit!
Yes, this was always going to be a change that could work both ways. And look at that. Starts off with a low full toss and dispatches it over the top of that square boundary. Easy pickings, really. And someone like either of these batters, this time it was Shivansh, but either of them will not definitely miss out on deliveries like this. And I think Rian Naik coming out to bowl at this stage is a trick that can really benefit Nepal as well. And on that occasion, we see a misfield at third man and picks up yet another boundary. So Shivansh Bajgain is really getting a move on here. It's already hit a six and now a boundary. So things are turning in quite nicely for Nepal here.
Well, that was poor fielding. There was never a catch there, and the third man fielder, the only thing he could do was to get behind the ball and save that boundary. Well, he couldn't manage to do so, and things are looking good here for Nepal. And it's slipping out of the hand for Singapore right now. 10 runs in 2 deliveries. What a way to welcome the Singaporean captain as well. And I think this is the differentiator between both the sides. We have seen the intent with which the Nepal batters walked into bat. Anything that's pitched up to them, they have went for their shots, whereas the Singaporean batters were just happy to defend.
Yes, and that really allowed the pressure to mount on them, didn't it? And on this occasion, we can see that they have really not allowed Rian Naik to come out and settle himself in that one delivery that in that couple of deliveries he's bowled, he's already gone for 11. And right now, a ball that keeps slightly lower than the batter anticipated. But once again, you can see that he really went after it with that glorious drive. But in that one, he did not just connect it. Nevertheless, this has been a good start for Nepal. 37 runs already on the board, and looks like the change is not really working for Singapore here. Maybe the captain should have persisted with his faster bowlers in Vedansh and Kapish.
Well, another edge, thickish edge this time. Again, the batters just trying to go a bit too hard at the bowlers. But well, Abrar, what a shot in the first delivery. It was a low full toss, but how often do we see a low full toss being hit over the point fielder for a six? So very unconventional, but very effective at the same time.
Yes, that shot was absolute class from Shivansh Bajgain because, like you mentioned, we don't often see, even when it comes to international cricket of the elders, that the ball really is not often going in that area when it comes to hitting sixes. And that shot was really a beautiful looking square drive, and it was all timing that took it over the fence. So far, Rian Naik has been expensive, but he's trying to come back strongly here. 5 overs have been completed. It's 38 runs with the loss of one for Nepal.
Well, time and runs both are running out for Singapore, and the captain will need to think harder and probably bring in some bowling changes because they will need a wicket in here. Both the batters are looking extremely comfortable out there. So far, the bowlers haven't been asking too much questions to the batters, and they have made look batting absolutely easy. Another good looking cut shot. This time, the fielder did well. That ball was traveling.
Yes, and after the fall of the first wicket, what has happened is Shivansh has come in and made an immediate impact. At the moment, he is 19 of 11, so playing with freedom and confidence under pressure. Prasida Jesse is doing the perfect job at the other end. He's steady at the moment. He's 5 of 10 deliveries, and he's rotated the strike and he has allowed Shivansh to just take the charge. The partnership is growing quite quickly, and as you can see that on that last one, the ball was pitched down the leg side. Once again, easy pickings. So Nepal just need about 75 runs more, and if this pair just continues to stay out there, and they might just be lifting the trophy well before the 20th over, if you ask me.
Yes, absolutely. And I would like to see some spin coming into the attack, especially someone like Yuvan Pandey or Akash Teja, because they need to get some pace away from the delivery. Because so far, oh, he's got the edge and he's gone. What a wicket here. And Kapish strikes once again.
Soft dismissal, really. I think he just was caught in two minds. For a moment, he thought to go after the drive, and He was trying to hold himself back as well. In the end, just guiding it to the keeper. Nothing short really. But nevertheless, Singapore will be very happy, and it is that man again, Kapish, who has picked up both the wickets. And now Singapore will feel that they have some chance in this chase. But let me remind you, it's that man who's still coming out to bat, Ronak Srivastava, the highest run getter of Nepal. So we can't really rule them out yet, but definitely the contest is starting to look more agile here.
Yes, Ronak Srivastava scored an amazing 168 runs. So definitely he will be the confident man. And right now things are looking pretty much in Nepal's favor. So I think it will be an easy task for him, but he needs to concentrate, cannot get carried away. We know that he is capable and skillful, but at the same time, it's a big final. That's a big appeal, and he's been given out. First delivery, and Ronak Srivastava departs. What a wicket here.
Would you believe it? Big moment in the game. Kapesh picks up 2 in 2 now and sends back the very important, the most important batter in this tournament back at the hut. And in this very important final, he goes without scoring. A first ball duck. What is going on here? Is Singapore back in the game now?
Well, that's the opening they were looking for. Probably he wasn't expecting that delivery. Oh, yes, that was hitting the stumps for sure. Trapped right in front of the stumps. Again, that in-swinging delivery in the air. He didn't pick it up. And he played it casually and he gets out in the very first delivery. And for the first time in the game, Nepal are under some pressure.
A perfect delivery really to the new batter, and it doesn't matter even if he's the tournament's highest scorer. Every batter finds it difficult when that new ball is coming into the pads of the batter. And looks like Kapesh Venkatraman is really holding on to his nerves here. He's picked up all the 3 wickets of Nepal, and right now it's only Prasiddha Chesi among the top order who's still out there. Let's see how it goes from here. But looks like Singapore is well and truly on the charge here.
Well, definitely the aggression we were looking for. This is it. The hat-trick delivery coming up. Can Kapish get his hat-trick? Well, that will be very, very important. Especially if they can get another wicket or 2 in here. They've got 2 in 2 deliveries. So the score from 40 for 1 became 40 for 3. And now here comes the hat-trick delivery. Oh, well bowled. Right up there. Right on the money. This is good stuff. Good aggressive bowling here from Kapish.
Yes, for a moment it looked like he'll almost pick up that hat trick. It is Sugam Budatoki who's out there now to face that aggressive bowling of Kapish Venkatraman. And so far, Singapore have truly come back in this attack. They've picked up 3 wickets, especially thanks to that man, Kapish, who's picked up all of them. And we know that someone like Sugam Budatoki can also bat well, and almost challenging him with that. So 6 overs completed. It's 40 with the loss of 3, but now the game is well and truly in the balance.
Well, absolutely. And you can see the change in the body language of the Singaporean fielders. They're appealing and having a lot of chat out there. You can make some noise. I think that's the way. The spirits are high. And we will have a good match if they can pick up a couple of wickets in here. And as expected, they have turned to their number 1 bowler. Yovan Pandey comes into the attack. So I think it's time for Rian Naik to be aggressive. And Abrar, let's have a look at a couple of overs back when Nepal were just cruising and then Rian Naik came in and he was taken for 10 runs in 2 deliveries. That really put the acceleration. And since then, we have seen the tide flowing towards the other way.
Yes, but if I am in the batting lineup of Nepal, I'm definitely thinking of attacking Yuvan here because we will well be aware of the damage that Yuvan Pandey can do with the ball in hand. And early on the innings, it will be very crucial to unsettle this bowler if Nepal is to have something in the game. Otherwise, the way that the fast bowler Kapish Venkatraman is going, I think it will be very difficult for them. So we are in a very interesting passage of play. With the fielding restrictions still on, I think definitely someone like Prasiddha Chesi can try to go after the bowling here.
And that's some good turn there from Yovan. He's getting the ball to drift back into the right hander quite sharply. But I think it's always dangerous for a off spinner to be bowling inside the fielding restrictions, especially against two right handers. But at the same time, if you can execute and maintain your line and length, you can be a wicket taker as well. And he goes for the shot. That's inside out. Just like I said, that's a boundary and a no ball as well. Oh dear. Yuvan just overstepped and the Nepal fans are enjoying it.
Yes, definitely. They will not allow Yuvan Pandey to settle in. We got that hint from the approach of the batters of Nepal early on this innings, and exactly what is happening. And looks like it will be Prasiddha Jaisi, just like we predicted here. This is the free hit ball once again, charges down the ground. This time, use of the softer hands to just chip it over the fence and not being able to reach the boundary, but nevertheless, he's getting that move on, which he desperately needed.
Well, the intentions are clear. If it's there in their arc, they are going to go for their shots. They are not afraid. And that's a sign of the brand of cricket that has been played around the world these days. The fearless brand of cricket. And that's exactly what Nepal is playing right now. Much better delivery on that occasion.
Yes, they definitely need to back their skills. I think everyone here is aware that Nepal is a very good batting side. And here, after the loss of 3 wickets, if they are really bowed down and they start playing more calculative cricket, I think it will be very risky for them. And just on that occasion, we see that once again a very good looking drive, desperate attempt in the field to stop that one. And eventually he's able to do it. But so far, Yuvan Pandey is really struggling here. And thanks to some aggressive batting, they have not really allowed the opposition's best bowler to settle in here. So full marks to Prasiddha Jaisi for really taking on the attacking approach against someone like Yuvan Pandey.
Yes, absolutely. And I think both the batters are using their feet very well, very quick off the blocks. Oh, what a delivery. He opened up Prasiddha Jaisi and took the edge and just away from that slip fielder. Well, if he could have hung on to that, it could have been one of the catches of the tournament.
Very difficult, wasn't it? I know that Yuvan Pandey will be very upset. He's apologizing. We can see that he got carried away with emotions with that appeal. But nevertheless, I think it was a very tough opportunity. The slip fielder was diving in towards his right, but in the end, half stopped it. But looks like it is cat and mouse. The bowler is trying to pick up a wicket here, and Prasiddha Chaisi is just trying to score some off him as well. Expensive in the end from Yuvan Pandey's first over. After the completion of 7 overs, it's 53 with a loss of 3. And once again, we have to say that it is quite difficult to predict which way the game is shifting right now. A couple of wickets, if is managed by Singapore, they will be well and truly back into this attack. On the other hand, Nepal have taken that aggressive approach, and maybe if they can continue, they'll be able to chase this quickly as well.
Well, slight confusion there. Akash Teja came into ball, and then suddenly they realized that Kapish was bowling really well. So I think the captain wants him to bowl at least another over or two. And I think it's a good choice to have. He has been bowling very well, especially in that last over. Took 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. Really brought Singapore back into the game. And again, he's bending his back, bowling with some good pace, and he's hitting the deck hard as well.
Yes, absolute top notch from Kapish Venkatraman today. 3 overs before this, just given away 12 runs and picked up 3 wickets. And he's bowling with a much better economy compared to his teammates at the moment. His economy is 4, but the others, I'll tell you, Vedansh Gupta is bowling with 8, Rian Naik 12, and Yuvan Pandey 13. So the only man really trying to step in today for Singapore looks like it is Kapish Venkatraman.
Yes, absolutely. He has taken all 3 wickets that fell in the Nepal batting. And he's bowling with some very good control as well. Just hitting that fourth, fifth stump mark. So as a batter, it's not easy, especially playing those deliveries. And there is a slip in place as well. So in your mind, you know that you don't have much room to play with. And again, hit on the pads, hit hard. This is very good bowling here from Kapish.
Yes, so far he's happy to just pitch it fuller and just letting the ball to do the job. He's getting some late in swingers as well. And I'll be very interested to see if he can just mix his length a little bit. So far, everything has been on the fuller side. Maybe just mix it by bowling a few short deliveries and keep the batter honest out there. Once again, beautifully targeting that off stump and well defended this time from Prasiddha Jesse.
Yes, Prasiddha Jesse is looking rock solid out there. I don't think it's going to be easy to get through his defenses. And whenever he has played a shot, he has looked very aggressive as well. So he's someone who has both the flavors, a bit of aggression and the sensibility as well. Look at that again, going to the pitch of the delivery and playing it to its merit. I think it's very important as a batter that you need to respect the good deliveries as well. And that's exactly what Prasiddha Jesse is doing right now.
That is a loosener, but it was well stopped by the wicketkeeper Rohan, and that will be the extra. So Singapore will be quite mindful that they cannot afford to give away free runs here. Before this, 5 runs were given in terms of the extras. So discipline is something that they'll have in their minds, and they'll want to finish off as this over is concerned in terms of balls remaining with proper disciplined bowling.
Well, I believe it has been the issue for both the sides. We have seen a lot of extras coming from Nepal as well. They conceded 26 of them and conceding only 113 runs. If 26 of them were extras, you have some concerns in your bowling. Meanwhile, it's end of the eighth over. It's 56 for 3.
So far in this chase of 114, we've seen that Nepal has had a bit of everything really. They've had a flying start, a sudden collapse, and now it looks like this is a period of consolidation. Parimarjan Yadav set the tone early with a brisk 13 of 8 balls before falling to Kapish, who's been the game changer so far when it comes to Singapore. Shivansh came in and looked fluent as well, 20 of 13 deliveries, but his dismissal really triggered a double wicket blow. That is when Ronak came out and he fell for the first ball blow. Now at the crease we have Prasiddha alongside Sugam, and we have Vedansh back into the attack. And looks like Kapish has had a word with him, and he is trying to bowl at the stump as well.
Yes, I think it will be very important now with Vedansh coming back into the attack. He was slightly expensive in the first 2 overs, went for 16 runs. So that's something they can't afford because with very less runs remaining in the chase, you need your bowlers to pick up wickets and also stop the flow of runs. Again, straying onto the pads. Unfortunate. Went straight to the fielder. No runs there. I think Sugam Budatogi will try to spend some time in there and build a partnership with Prasiddha Jaisi, who's looked solid out there. And if they can preserve the wicket for the next 5, 6 overs and get some runs, things are going to be very easy for Nepal. They're almost halfway there, only into the ninth over, and they have scored some quick runs as well.
Yes, and because of the fact that they've scored the runs quite quickly, on occasions they can really be watchful and give full respect to the balls that are in the good areas. So Prasiddha JC has actually held firm, showing maturity beyond his years, and now starting to rotate the strike quite beautifully. So Sugam Budatoki has faced 7 deliveries and scored 1 run, so he needs to look a bit more proactive since he has already gotten a look at how the ball is behaving. So far, it has been a good start from Vedansh. He's attacking the stumps quite regularly, and all Singapore will be hoping for is a breakthrough here.
Yes, absolutely. I think wickets are important here. In fact, wickets will be the key if Singapore gets any chance to close down this game. And so far, apart from Kapish, none of the other bowlers have really troubled the batters. So that's something that the Singaporean captain needs to think about right now because not much runs left. So he needs to figure out who should be the next bowler he'll be going to.
So far, the Nepal batters have also picked up boundaries at regular intervals. Already 7 boundaries in this innings, and that one maximum. So they have picked up runs whenever they have needed to. That was a good delivery, almost picking up that outside edge, and Vedansh finishes off quite nicely. 9 overs have been completed. It's 56 for 3. And I think Prasiddha Jaisi now on strike will be just trying to finish that power play in with a flourish and maybe just help their cause when it comes to scoring. So it will be very interesting to see who Rian Naik goes to and bowl the last over of this power play.
Yes, I think he's doing the right thing. He's continuing with Kapish because he's in his rhythm and he's bowling a wonderful spell here for Singapore. So I think you need your best bowlers to keep bowling, especially when you need wickets. And here he comes once again. Again, very good delivery. Just pushing the batter on the back foot. This is good length.
He definitely is the right man for the job. He's bowled 4 overs and he'll try to close out the power play with a very economic spell here. So far, he hasn't given away much. He has given away just 15 runs in his 4.1. So he'll try to pick up one more wicket here. And he's doing a good job in just containing the batter, attacking the stump regularly, and not really allowing Prasiddha Jasi to open his arms.
Yes, so far, very good over. Kapish is still very impressive. Again, hitting the bat hard. And I think these short deliveries might pile some pressure on the batters, but at the same time, they all know that they have all the time in the world to get to 114 and they have 7 wickets in hand. So right now, the only goal should be preserving those wickets and not do anything funny right there.
Yes, and so far, I think we have to give some compliments to the captain of Singapore here. He has rotated the bowlers quite nicely. Rian Naik is using Vedansh and Kapish to his advantage here. He knows that the fast bowlers are doing a good job and he's happy to just continue with them. And even in this over, I think so far Kapish has bowled absolutely brilliantly. He's not given away anything in this over yet. And let's see if I can close in this over nicely. Two more deliveries remaining. And that's a loose one. Just flicked it in the air. And that will go all the way. Not really. Did not really have the power in that. He chipped it in the air. Perhaps that was the reason why he did not get a boundary of that. But nevertheless, I don't think Kapish will be too unhappy with that because it was almost giving a chance for the fielder to maybe, just maybe, grab onto that if he had one in the deep.
Yes, Prasida Jesse was trying to play that ball a bit squarer, but took a leading edge and just went over the mid-wicket fielder. Oh, he slashed hard and he's gone. Another wicket here for Kapish, and this time it's the big fish. Prasiddha Jesse, he departs, and what a catch in the slips.
Once again, another soft dismissal. Cup is just trying to attack the stump, and the batter gets a leading edge, and this time well caught by the slip fielder. And this will be something that Nepal will definitely not be happy with. And out of nowhere, really, Singapore just making a match out of this. So once again, we definitely have to give credit to the batters of Singapore, the tailenders, I mean, Akash Teja and Vedansh Gupta, whose last contributions really gave them something to bowl at. And right now, Nepal is seemingly fumbling this chase. They've already lost four. All four have gone to Batman, Kapish. And right now, nothing really completed. It's 58 for four.
Well, will there be another twist in the tail? 4 wickets in very quick succession. 58 for 4. And Nepal, what could have been an easy chase for them, they are making things difficult for themselves. We have seen a couple of very casual shots, including that last shot from Prasiddha Jaisi, just trying to drive the ball without getting to the pitch of the delivery. It's always a dangerous ploy. And he hanged out to the slip fielder. Another good delivery here. Vidans Gupta. He continues to impress as well. He was expensive in the first couple of overs, but since then, he's made a good comeback. So a lot of credit goes to the Singapore side. They're definitely not going down without giving a fight in here. And the bowlers are doing a wonderful job.
And it is very good that the captain of Singapore is persisting with pace here. We know that of beyond has also come back quite strongly.
Yes, I think the bowlers are doing a wonderful job here. And I think the captain will be very proud of how the bowlers have bowled. Edge once again, and what a catch! Another wicket. Oh dear. That's half of the side back into the dugout. And the Nepal crowd is caught in silence.
What an absolute turnaround. Just when it looked like the chase was settling, Singapore have definitely stormed right back into this contest.
Well, definitely there might be a twist in the tail. It's 58 for 5, and who would have thought before a couple of overs that Singapore are gonna put up a fight and they will not go down, and they have bounced back strongly courtesy of some wonderful pace bowling from both the openers. First, it was Kapish, and now it's Vedant Gupta who took that important wicket. Well, definitely there will be some nerves out there, but Nepal needs to have the belief. They have done the hard work. They have taken their wickets, and now they just need to score 114 runs to win this contest. And they find themselves at 58 for 5. Another good delivery. And that's a very good running between the wickets as well. That's the first single of the bat after quite some time. Well, Singapore were 40 for 1, and now they're 59 for 5. So that's 19 runs and 4 wickets, in fact. So that's how quickly a game can change. It's all about wickets. Good defense. Again, good delivery and good commitment shown by the bowler as well. End of a wonderful over. It's 59 for 5.
With 11 overs gone, what was a comfortable chase has suddenly turned into a tense and a gripping battle right now. Singapore truly have crawled their way back brilliantly, taking crucial wickets at important phases of this innings, and just within a space of a few deliveries, they have applied some real scoreboard pressure right now, and it looks like both the fast bowlers, Vedant Gupta and Kapish Venkatraman, have truly made things very difficult for Nepal out there. And I think Joy Thapa will be the man that will decide a lot of things for this chase right now, because after this, I don't think there's too many recognized batter who's still waiting out to bat. And full credit definitely to Singapore. Right now, I think they will be definitely the side that will feel that it's their game to lose. And the Singapore captain so far is persisting with both his fast bowlers. And let's see if he can pick up one more wicket here. Kapish to continue.
Yes, absolutely. What a fight back here from Singapore. And definitely, we have seen Nepal being heavily relying on the top order and middle order in the previous matches. So their tail or the lower middle order was never exposed. And today might be the day unless Joy Thapa and Shubham Khanal pulls off something special here.
This innings is definitely reminding me of that World Cup. We saw that India was dominating throughout, and in the end, in the final, they faced resistance from Australia. And will it be something like that? Because we saw that Nepal were absolutely undefeated throughout this tournament, and suddenly in the final, we're seeing him five down already for just 60 runs. We thought that this will be a walk in the park for them with the kind of batting lineup they have. But looks like Singapore is really trusting their bowlers, and they're definitely getting a game out of this.
That's absolutely, they're playing with a lot of heart. And you're right, Abrar. I mean, it all depends on who plays the better cricket on that very day itself. Yes, they might not have the success in the previous games or in the past. Again, a big appeal, probably just missing the bat. But then on the day itself, if you play the right cricket, then definitely you can win the matches. And that's exactly what Singapore is doing right now. They didn't had a good outing against Nepal in the group stages, but in this game, they are showing what they're capable of.
Just a wicket here really is all they're looking for. And so far, once again, we've seen Kapish Venkatraman once again with a brilliant over so far. And the left-hander Shubham is just trying to find his feet out here. And really, one more wicket here will push Nepal on the back foot. One more delivery remaining. Can Kapish pick up a wicket here?
Well, Abrar, with a left-hander in place, I would like to see Yuvan Pandey coming back into the attack as well. I think he'll have a good chance going against the left-hander. We have seen him being very good against left-handers. Well, saying that, it's the end of the over. It's 60 for 5.
On the other hand, just have a look at what they require. It's just 54 runs, and really, I can't decide on which side is having a better day. First, I thought Nepal was absolutely brilliant with the ball in hand, and Singapore were really struggling. And right now, Nepal, even though they have scored at a very healthy rate, they have seen their wickets fall at regular intervals. And right now, we're seeing that Vedansh is continuing, but it will be very difficult for these two batters to just carry it out there because every ball is looking like it is an event, and anytime it feels that another wicket might be around that corner.
But I think it's also very important that the batters don't go into their shell. We have seen a lot of Singaporean batters failed because of that, because they were too defensive in the mindset. And then when the bowlers found their rhythm, they just didn't had any answers to it. So that's something that Nepal needs to avoid, especially when they have 60 runs on the board and it came in quick time. So they need to keep playing positively. That's the only way to get their team home. They still have 5 wickets remaining.
Yes, and the right man is in. Joy Thapa averages 40 in this tournament, and his strike rate is in the higher 95s. So he can definitely just be out there and remain at one end. Perhaps that is something Nepal will hope for. And if he is able to do that, the hopes and beliefs of the crowd will be with Nepal. On the other hand, just as we mentioned, one more wicket here will really open the floodgates, and maybe Singapore will just fancy their chances further.
Vedant Gupta running in once again. Again, solid defense. Straight to the fielder, no runs there. But one thing good is Joy Thapa is very expressive when it comes to his footwork. He's not afraid to take a couple of steps towards the bowler and get to the pitch of the delivery. So that's something very positive, something that we have not seen from the Singaporean batters. But yes, at the same time, it's a very crucial and crunch moment of the game. And a lapse in concentration can really make things happen. And that's sharp fielding there from the captain himself. Another dot delivery.
Yes, Singapore will definitely have to believe that they have a real chance here to win this from the stage that is set. Already half of the side of Nepal is back at the hut, so they definitely have to think that even the likes of Yuvan Pandey can now come in and get a game here because he's actually the top bowler in this tournament. And even though he's given a few runs in his first over, he's a key man when it comes to the bowling of Singapore. So you're right, maybe it is time to just bring in Yuvan Pandey into the attack.
Is 61 for 5. Well, it's the captain who needs to decide that who will be the go-to bowler right now. And I think Akash Teja is also a good option apart from Yuvan Pandey, because they need to try something and create a wicket out of it, because both the batters are looking comfortable right now, even though they have not scored too many runs. But so far, the Pacers have not troubled them much.
Yes, and we definitely know that someone like Ahan has also given them a good hand with the ball in hand. And maybe if he wants to continue with a spinner, he can look at that aspect as well. And as we speak, a short pitch delivery that is placed nicely on the offside this time. And the fielder does well to just keep it down to that. Otherwise, it could have been a boundary. So he needs to bowl quite consistently here. He doesn't want to just relieve Nepal of the pressure that has been built. Let's see how it goes from here.
Well, Abrar, Ahan is a type of bowler who likes to bowl it very quick and flat. So the Nepal batters can actually use his pace and score some runs in here. I would have still liked to see someone like Akash Teja or Yuvan, who are much more conventional with their action and their bowling as well. But yes, you never know. If he can pick up a wicket in here, he might prove me wrong. But this is just what I feel.
So far, Suvam is yet to get off the mark, and a play and a miss on that occasion as well. I think they can be watchful for a few overs here at least, and maybe just see off that threat that is being inserted by the bowlers of Singapore here. And after that, perhaps from here, they can continue in their merry way. Right now, it is Nepal's lower middle order that has the task of balancing caution with courage, because time isn't the enemy, but pressure certainly is.
Yes, absolutely. I think the required run rate is not an issue. It's just that they have lost 5 wickets, which is the only concern right now. But again, a positive looking shot. But I think it's also very important that they try to at least rotate the strike, because too many dot deliveries can also get on their nerves. And we have seen how batters crumple under pressure. So another quick delivery to end the over. It's 62 for 5. Well, Abrar, he's continuing with Vedansh. Surprised with that decision, or you feel it's okay?
I think I'll have to be honest. I'm a bit surprised with that decision because Vedans has done well with the ball in hand, definitely. But I think we were observing this that the two batters have started to look like they have adjusted to the seamers. Vedans Gupta, before this, has bowled 5 overs, has given away 18 runs and picked up a wicket. And Kapish has bowled 6 overs, given away 18 and picked up 4. So definitely the seamers have done a good job, but it's just that they are still very young and it's very hot and humid out there, and the energy, the tank of a fast bowler can really start running out quite quickly once he's starting to exhaust himself, and then that similar sort of quality with the ball is difficult to be delivered. So that's really something that Rian Naik will have to be watchful. Maybe just give them a little bit of a break. You know that they're having a good day, but just try out your lead bowler Yuvan Pandey for a couple of overs, and in the process, if that doesn't work, that's still fine. You can still bring in your bowlers later, but that break is sometimes very important to be given to these young bowlers. So something we'll have to see if it works for Singapore or not. But I believe it was the right time to really call someone like Yuvan Pandey into the attack.
Yes, absolutely. I feel the same as well. And you can see even from his body language, Vedant's, he's just slowed down a bit, especially his run up. You can see that he's probably running out of gas. And yes, it's hot and humid, and it will happen to the bowlers. And that's where I really have a lot of respect for Bipin Prasad Sharma, who took off Sushil Bahadur after bowling that first over, gave him that breather, and then we saw him coming back with fury, and he took 3 wickets in no time. So that's something you need to work on. Again, you see the easy singles on offer. So the batters are batting very comfortably out there.
Yes, and with that single, exactly 50 runs are now needed for Nepal to come out victorious here. So, definitely, this is a crucial moment in the game, and you want to keep the run in check as well. And so far, it looks like Vedant Gupta is slightly exhausted. At the start of the innings, we saw him bowling some quick deliveries, but in this over so far, he's just trying to get a consistent line and length and be done with his over. And that's really not something you want when it comes to picking up wickets, because the batters will be well aware of this and they might be just playing it in a watchful fashion. So let's see how Vedant Gupta finishes this over. But I think it is time to bring in a change and introduce Yuvan Pandey back in.
So the last delivery coming up here. Oh, he beats the bat. A good delivery, good strong end to the over. It's 65 for 5.
I don't think Shubham has played too well out here. It's not the fact that he's played 13 deliveries and he is yet to get off the mark. Sometimes you can afford to take your time, but it's just the fashion at which he has played. On occasions, we've seen him just mistime the ball and the ball not really having the power when it traveled to the fielder. And on other occasions, we've seen him just missing the ball completely. So that's really something that Singapore will be watchful as well, and perhaps they'll be just telling themselves we have a chance when Shubham is on strike.
Yes, definitely. He has not looked convincing at all. So he could be the batter that Singapore will be targeting. And if they can strangle Joy on one side, so just keep Joy Thapa away from the strike and attack the other batter, exactly like how the Nepal bowlers did to Rohan. I think that's something which can be done.
And quite interestingly, we are seeing that Ahan is continuing. We know that the likes of Akash Teja is waiting and also Yuvan Pandey. Yes, he's expensive. He's given away 13 runs in his first over, but that was a very different phase of play. Right now, Singapore is right on top and they're creating a lot of pressure. And this might just be the perfect situation to bring in Yuvan. As you can see, a very loose delivery from Ahan on that occasion, and even the batter Shubham is able to put that one away. So definitely crucial runs here, important boundary, but I think it's a tactical mistake that we're seeing out here in the middle.
It's absolutely. Yuvan Pandey came into bowl when the premier batters who were in top form were batting. So he was bowling to a centurion, and this is almost into the tail. And I don't know why Rian Nayak is still opting not to bring them into the attack. It could be a costly lapse of judgment. But yeah, only time will say. Well, our statements might change if he can get a couple of wickets. That's how funny the game of cricket can be. But yeah, we are just talking about what's most sensible at this time.
Yes, and based on observation, we can definitely conclude the fact that Shubham and Joy Thapa have looked very comfortable against Ahan. And also, when Vedansh in that last over was coming into bowl, he looked out of gas, like you mentioned. So they're really looking comfortable against the two bowlers who are operating right now. And that is why we have to say that it's been a little too late. I think Yuvan Pandey could have been introduced a couple of overs earlier, but as we're speaking, I think he has gotten the ball in his hand and he's brought into the attack right now against the left-hander. And he can really fancy his chances against him. So far, Subham hasn't looked technically solid when it comes to facing spin.
Definitely, he got a boundary in the last over, but he has not looked convincing at all. Oh, that's in the air, and that might run away. Long chase here for the fielder. And poor fielding there. That will be a boundary. Unfortunate. Got the edge, but just went into the gap.
Yes, even though he has picked up a boundary, it's just in the fashion that he has done that. He played that cut shot and he was not definitely in full control of it. The ball was aerial, and I think if the point fielder was slightly placed finer, that would have gone straight to him. Nevertheless, it's a boundary for Shubham, and he's picked up a couple of them in quick succession here. Just have a look at that one. He's definitely not looking convincible against that spin of Yuvan Pandey.
Yeah, very shaky start. But yes, yes, he's hanging in there. Oh, look at that. Good delivery, good spin away from the left hander. That's exactly why he needed to be brought in probably a couple of overs earlier, because he bowls at a slower pace. So he allows the ball to have that drift and turn. Look at that once again. Good bowling here.
Yes, I think he can pull back his length a little bit as well. He's bowling a touch fuller. If he just allows the ball to just be in the air for that extra bit of time, then maybe he can generate a bit more turn. On that last occasion, I think he drifted that one in. So he has those variations as well. So to face the last ball, we have the right hander, and Yuvan Pandey has been quite good against right-handers as well. So he's in with a challenge, and he really needs to step up and pick up a wicket here for Singapore to bring them back into this game.
Good delivery once again. Well, Abrar, what would you make from this chase? Well, Nepal just made things difficult for them, isn't it?
Yes, really, I cannot blame the openers. Parimarjan Yadav started off very well. After facing 9, he scored 13 and went back. And Prasida Jesse was also undone by a very good delivery. But it's just that middle order, Shivansh, Ronak, and Sugam, just the way they have gone out, it is looked like on occasions they have given a few soft dismissals. But we'll be in with that analysis. We are taking a short break due to the drinks break. So stay tuned for the analysis, and we'll be back with the action.
Well, we are back live after a short drinks break. This is the UCAM Oval, and it is the finals of the ACC Under 16 East Zone Cup. It's between Nepal, the defending champions, going against Singapore. Singapore earlier today won the toss, electing to bat first, and they scored 113 runs, losing all 10 wickets. And now we are witnessing the chase here 76 for 5 Nepal. So Singapore is putting up a fight. Wonderful match here. And it's getting slightly overcasted in here, slightly gloomy. That's cut away into the gap. Another poor delivery from Ahan, and that will run away to the boundary. Well, we have said it a couple of times that Ahan might not be the ideal bowler in a situation like this. And in a matter of couple of overs, he have conceded 2 boundaries already, Abrar.
Yes, definitely. We were wondering where is Yuvan Pandey and Akash Teja. So we have seen him continue from one end, but looks like the captain is happy to continue with Ahan, and he's really given away a few looseners. And this is why it is very costly because not too many is remaining. Only 34 runs now needed to win for Nepal here, and every boundaries can be very costly.
Yes, absolutely. And we have seen 2 boundaries coming off the bat of Shubham Kanal, who has not looked very convincing. So with a batter who is struggling out there, and you are conceding boundaries against him, it's not a good ploy. We'll end the over. So Yuvan Pandey will continue in here. 80 for 5 Nepal. They only need 34 runs to win this contest. They still have 5 wickets in hand. And we have 2 set batters out there. Joy Thapa batting on 7 of 16. And Shubham Khanal batting on 14 of 28. That's a good delivery once
He's
again.
he's attacking the stumps very frequently, as you can see, and that's one thing that I think was missing when it comes to the bowling of Ahan. So Joy Thapa is 7 of 18, and he's really withered the storm here. On that occasion, as you can see, that he was not in full control. And this is the kind of mistakes that a specialist bowler can really induce.
Yes, he was deceived by the flight of the delivery. Probably trying to play that inside out shot, but the turn coming into the right hander just took the leading edge. Fortunately for him, it fell in no man's land. Oh, much quicker delivery. This is good change of pace. Good bowling here from Jovan.
It's good to see that he's allowing the ball to come to him. He's really letting the ball finish its turn, and then he's rocking back onto the back foot and trying to guide that on the leg side. So solid technique on display here from Joy Thapa. With that, the 19th over is completed. It's 80 with a loss of 5.
And finally, a change in bowling. It's Akash Teja, the leg spinner, coming into the attack. And I think this is a good change, probably a little too late for my liking. Played straight to the field, a better throw there, and things could have been interesting.
Yes, sometimes we look at the figures of a bowler and then we start to wonder if he's done a good job or not. That is when we see it outside the context of the game when you're not watching it live. So, right now, for example, we have two set batters in Shubham and Joy Thapa who have faced a lot of deliveries, and now the leg spin of Akash Teja is introduced. So, even if he has a poor spell with the ball in hand, it begs the question that was it the right time to bring him, or was the captain a few overs late for that call, especially with the fall of those 5 wickets in quick succession. So this is why we start to wonder when is the right time to bring in a particular bowler, at what stage, who is more efficient.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's very crucial, especially in a match where you have very low total to defend. You need to take your decisions very quickly. Look at that. Very good bowling. So he has been right on the money, but then it's just that in between they have leaked too many runs. Well, the on field umpires, Mr. Samad and Mr. John, having a word with each other. Not sure what is the situation out there, but definitely, probably there was some words exchanged with the batter. Well, in a way, Abrar, I think it's also helping Singapore in a way that it's just bringing in that stoppage in the game where the batters can really have that lapse of concentration. We have seen so many breaks producing a wicket. Will that be the case again here?
Yes, and sometimes what can happen is whenever there's a break, the bowlers can also start feeling more aggressive and more confident with their skills, because sometimes when the fielding side captain is not happy, he can just tell his bowlers, yes, you go after it, I'll be backing you up with more attacking field and all that. And maybe in that process, he can just find out a way to pick up a wicket. So oftentimes we've seen that whenever a break is in play, there's been lapses of concentration, and we'll be interested to see how this break really benefits Singapore or not. But there was some discussion definitely between the two umpires and the captain of Singapore, and looks like it will be play from here with Akash Teja to continue. He has two more deliveries remaining. He's bowling to Joy Thapa.
That's short and wide and cut away brilliantly through the offside. But there's protection out there in the deep. Another single. Well, Joy Thapa has looked very good. Yes, he's batting with a very slow pace, but so far he has looked very convincing. Very unlikely of Shubham Khanal, who has not looked very confident, bit shaky at times, but also got the boundaries under his belt. Oh, again, a leading edge, but just away from the fielder. That has been the story. He has been living dangerously out there.
Yes, and even by living dangerously, he's contributed 15 crucial runs. So that really tells us the story, doesn't it? That on occasions luck has favored him, and sometimes he's benefited by some outrageous bowling changes as well. On that last occasion, we saw that maybe the slip fielder was not alert to the situation and he was diving to the wrong side first and then decided to adjust. And that split second really gave Shubham the benefit out there. And even though this was a good over, but still no wickets for Singapore. And right now, really not much remaining in this chase for Singapore to work with. They definitely need to pick up wickets from somewhere if they want to be back in this game.
Yes, absolutely. It was 58 for 5 at one stage, and now it's 83 for 5. So they have put on 25 runs. Yes, it came in 56 deliveries, slightly slow, but that's not going to hurt Nepal. The good thing that they have done is they have seen through the overs of the good bowlers. And Yovan Pandey will continue in here. Another good delivery. No runs there. Again, flighted straight to the bowler. This is good bowling, and he's really hurrying through his overs. A decent over so far. Oh, beautifully bowled once again. Again, that drift coming in and then just angling away from the left-hander. Shubham Khanal
His
again beaten outside the off stump.
He's bowled with a lot of control, and even in this innings, we're seeing that he's a fascinating bowler when it comes to purchasing turn of the pitch. And so far, the control has been absolutely spot on there. And once again, we see that even though Subham is leaving very dangerously, he's rotated the strike and somehow managed to save himself from getting out. And with just about 20 overs completed in the second innings of this final, Nepal find themselves at 89 runs right now, needing just over 30 to really win this game. And the man who's still holding on is Yuvan Pandey. He's looking like he's posing a challenge there, and there's still plenty of tension out there in the air, but we'll have to wait and see if they're able to pick up wickets from somewhere. Looks like Joy Thapa and Subham is doing exactly what is needed from them. And once again, trying to just give the batter that width so that a false shot is attempted. We know that Shubham doesn't really play the best of cut shots there. On a couple of occasions, we've seen him play that shot aerially. But nevertheless, this partnership has brought the calm back to the chase after the earlier collapse, and they're guiding Nepal inch by inch towards the finish line here. At this moment, 25 runs needed, but Nepal is still not being able to breathe freely here because the bowlers Yuvan and Akash are just bowling very tidily and they're just not ready to give away anything at this point.
Well, I can say there's a lapse in concentration and poor captaincy at the same time, I would say, because the fielders are at the edge of the circle, especially when Shubham Khanal is batting. So it's offering him an easy single every time he gets bat on ball. So that's something they need to learn. They need to know that which is the batter they should target for. We have seen Shubham Khanal not being very convincing. So if you allow an easy single and allow them to rotate the strike, that's really going to take the game away from you because Choi Thapa is technically very solid and sound.
Yes, and I think it's been very intentional from Joy Thapa. He's scored 8 runs off 29 deliveries, but he knows exactly what he's doing. He definitely trusts his ability, and they don't really need much from here on. So that is why I think Joy Thapa has been slightly watchful. This time he's played that one on the leg side, that slightly shorter pitch delivery. But definitely Singapore still searching for that one breakthrough to just reignite some kind of hope. But the momentum now has gently started to look like it's back with Nepal again.
But Abrar, what a match here. Only 114 to win. I'm sure at the halfway stage, none of us thought that the Singaporean bowlers will come back this strong. And they actually made things very difficult for Nepal at one moment. It was 58 for 5. And then now this wonderful partnership between Joy Thapa and Shubham Khanal bringing Nepal back into the game.
Yes, and definitely let's take a moment to acknowledge the brilliant spells that gave Singapore a real shot in this final. It was Kapish who was simply outstanding. His 6 overs for 18 runs and 4 massive wickets. His double strike really flipped the match when Nepal looked to be in cruising control. Vedansh also backed him up quite beautifully. His 6 overs for 20 runs and one key wicket as well. So it was the fast bowlers who have picked up the 5 wickets among themselves. Since then, Nepal batters have absorbed the pressure really well. Both these batters have looked like they are comfortable against spin, and Shubham and Joy Thapa have rebuilt. They've definitely rotated smartly whenever it was required. They're helped by some unaware captaincy decisions. I think we are not too convinced with the way he's rotated his bowlers, and definitely Singapore had the moment. There was a golden phase in between, but now with that partnership just soaking up a little bit of pressure, they weathered the storm, and now it looks like the finish line is within sight.
Yes, absolutely. I think this partnership was crucial. And I think they've done a wonderful job not to concede a wicket, especially with how both the spinners are bowling. They're bowling a very good line and length with good consistency as well. But I think it was those 2, 3 overs from Ahan that really took the game away from them because they allowed the Nepalese batters to get back into the game. So, end of 23 overs, it's 91 for 5. Only 23 runs required. Well, Nepal will be smelling victory here. They just need to keep their calm and hold on to their nerves, and they will be home carrying that cup of glory for the second time in consecutive years.
Yes, and right now the pitch seems to have settled under the sun. There's not much turn on offer, and the bounce has also been quite predictable. I think that has allowed the batters to play with soft hands, and they have rotated the strike as well on occasions. And as you can see, exactly that is something he has done throughout this innings. He was not in control of the ball that was going away, and Akash Teja was trying to exploit that for a very long time. This time, a sharp catch taken at wide of slip, and this time, Shubham Kanal has to go back. But this is some smart bowling that has been rewarded.
Well, probably it wasn't the best of deliveries, slightly short, and he cut it. And look at that catch. It was Yuvan Pandey who has impressed us with his bowling, and this time that sharp catch, he took an absolute screamer because that ball was traveling. So, well, another twist in the tail. Wicket number 6 falls here for Nepal. They still need 23 runs. They have 4 wickets in hand. Can Singapore find a way back into this game?
I am quite convinced that it was intentional from the bowler. He was trying to bowl that away from the left hander on a couple of occasions before that wicket as well. And I think he was persisting with that line and length because he knew that the batter does not cut too well. So if that's the case, that is very well done. I think he read the situation of the game to his advantage, and he's executed his plan to absolute perfection there.
Well, absolutely. Brings in the new batter, Sachin Bhatta. was impressive with the ball, and now he needs to play a crucial role here. He needs to support Joy Thapa. Oh, that's beautifully driven. Well, the intent is pretty clear, so he might be playing his shots as long as it's in his arc. And I think that's the way to go. You need to be positive. That's beautifully worked away on the onside. Smart batting here. A single to bring back Joy Thapa back on strike.
I think just a few runs. They can just somehow play out 5 to 7 runs here, and then maybe just eye to play one or two big shots with which they can well and truly come into this chase other than losing a wicket. And definitely that is something even Singapore will be aware. So the key here is to pick up the wicket of Joy Thapa somehow, and that can really bring Singapore in the game.
Well, ends a successful over there. After 24, it's 92 for 6.
At this point, definitely we have to accept the fact that it has been an absolute nail biter here at the UKM Oval. Definitely a final worthy of the occasion. What looked like a straightforward chase for Nepal has really turned into a very tense and edge of the seat kind of a thriller situation for them. Singapore, despite posting just 113, look at that! Look at that! What a moment! And it is that man. It is Yuvan Pandey who picks up the wicket, and right now they are fully charged and on the top of the game. What a big moment in this game.
Well, they say that it's the big players that rise up to the big occasions, and it's Yuvan Pandey doing that job for Singapore. Look at that. He hit the top of the off stump, and Sachin Bhatta had no clue whatsoever with that delivery. So that's the fall of the 7th wicket, and suddenly it's Singapore who goes into the tail of Nepal. Only 3 wickets remaining.
Can you really blame Sachin Bhatta for that? Absolute peach of a delivery from Yuvan Pandey. Nothing really wrong with the defense, but that one just pitched on the off stump and then turned just enough to clip it. What a delivery! Yuvan Pandey really producing the magical delivery when it was needed, and he's picked up a moment in this game. And Singapore will definitely try to capitalize from here. 7 down, really, and right now we can't tell who has the edge. What a final this is turning out to be. This is youth cricket at its absolute best. Intense, unpredictable, and impossible to look away from.
Yes, and it's also wonderful to watch. Oh, there's a big appeal, and he's gone. Oh, another wicket. And look at that. Jubilations here for Singapore as they get the 8th wicket. And now Nepal in deep, deep trouble.
This is why we were wondering why Yuvan Pandey is not being brought back into the attack. And Yuvan keeps things happening. Just 2 more wickets picked out of absolute nowhere. And with that, no hesitation once again. As you mentioned, jubilation definitely for Singapore. And they'll definitely want to keep the pressure on here because here it seems like Yuvan Pandey is absolutely running away.
Well, it was the captain of Nepal, the guy who bowled a wonderful spell. This time, when his team needed him the most, he got out from the second delivery that he faced. And now Singapore just 2 good deliveries away from clinching on to one of the most famous victories we have seen in the under 16 format.
Can he pick up one more here? Yuvan Pandey, man with the golden arm, and somehow Abhay just tentatively plays that with that thickish outside edge, but not before a couple of runs completed. So just 2 wickets needed, and this is turning out to be a cliffhanger. Anything can happen, really. We don't know who's having the edge. 22 runs needed right now, and I don't have any more words to describe what is happening out there in the middle. And look at that.
Oh,
He should have been taken. We are absolutely at the edge of the seat. Both of our reactions really say it all, doesn't it?
well, that was in the air, just a whisker away from that fielder. Short mid wicket. Oh, very close to the stumps once again. Well, Singapore, they're trying for everything.
This is a nail biting finish. Tension is here at the UKM Oval, and the pressure is absolutely electric. Both these sides are looking at the victory margin from here on. Not too many runs remaining to be chased, and just 2 wickets hanging on for Nepal as well. So Singapore is also fancying their chances. Joy Thapa, 9 of 38. I don't know how he will go on from here because at this point he's batting with the tail. Abhay Yadav has just walked out, 2 of 3. And right now it is the leg spin of Akash to continue. Maybe from somewhere they need to just pick up a couple of boundaries and pressure can shift. On the other hand, one more wicket, Singapore will be right back on the money. So we don't really know what's going to happen here. So the craze, the tension is right up there.
Well, absolutely. We have seen the pendulum swinging both ways, and it's in the balance. 20 runs required and 2 wickets remaining. It can go anyway. Oh, beautifully bowled once again. And it's again that spin duo of Akash Teja and Yuvan who's done the trick. We have seen them doing the same in the semi-finals as well, where they pull off a wonderful win against Hong Kong China, who were one of the strongest sides in this tournament.
Yes, right now the crowd's breath held tight as each ball could really be the turning point. Singapore's bowlers are relentless, hunting that final breakthrough, while it looks like the Nepal tailenders battle with every ounce of grit and determination. It is Joy Thapa, very crucial now, and a misfield. They have tangled themselves and shouldn't really be the kind of mistakes they can afford at this point in the game. So crucial runs once again, and we'll be hoping that they haven't hurt themselves out there.
Well, a misfeel, and just to make it worse, I hope he's not picked an injury in there. But yeah, these are key moments in the game. Only 20 runs required, and we see a misfield that causes an extra run. In fact, 2 extra runs there. How crucial will that be at the end of the game? Well, the
And
play
right now
resumes.
we are seeing Akash to continue. Once again, he's continuing with that flight. Just one more delivery remaining in the 26th. Nepal are really trembling on the brink at 95 for 8. Joy Thapa, the seasoned warrior, is battling hard with 10 of 43 right now. Every single run looks like is to be fought off. And once again, a good completion to the over from Akash Teja. 26 completed, it's 95 with the loss of 8. The target now is agonizingly close with just 19 runs away, but only 2 wickets left. This final has become a true fest of nerves and steel. The correct man into the attack this time. It is Yuvan Pandey. Definitely, the tail enders will find it very difficult to bat against him. And he gets a go at Abhay Yadav. Looks like Joy Thapa is trusting him to face the experienced Yuvan Pandey here. And
Oh,
as you can see, the ball is turning away into him, and he's having a lot of difficulty trying to negotiate it. So definitely the tension is palpable. Every ball is a cliffhanger. Every run could be the difference between triumph and a heartbreak. So definitely we'll have to see what goes on from here. Rare loosener, but of not too much of damage from Yuvan Pandey here. Eyes are wide, waiting for the moment that will decide the fate of this thrilling contest here at UKM Oval.
well, it has been an absolute nail biter. We are all at the edge of our seats, where we have seen some wonderful cricket from both the sides, especially when it comes to the bowling. First, we have seen the Nepal bowlers doing the job, and right now it's the fight back from the Singaporean bowlers. And they have bowled with a lot of heart. It's not easy, especially defending 114 runs in a 50 overs match. And to get the opposition 95 for 8, they have done the job, but they need to finish well. Oh, very close once again.
I'm definitely starting to feel that Yuvan Pandey definitely has the skill to beat the defense of Abhay Yadav. And this delivery, that is why, will be very crucial. Joy Thapa is the backbone of this fragile chase. Or not the best of delivery, really. Gave an opportunity for the batter to just survive. And Abhay Yadav is still at the crease with 2 of 8, 9 deliveries rather. And he definitely carries the hopes of an entire team and nation on his young shoulders. 27 overs completed, still 95 with the loss of 8. Akash to continue. Flight to delivery this time. And the fans of Nepal will be relieved to see that it is Joy Thapa on strike. Joy Thapa somehow have to manage a few boundaries here in this over, especially because he doesn't want Abhay Yadav to stay on strike for too long. And an opportunity there that goes begging. For a moment, we really thought that Akash Teja will be able to pick up a wicket, and in the most unconvincing fashion, he picks up a boundary here. But very risky. Perhaps it is the prayers of the fans out there that keeps him alive at this stage. Should have really been taken, if you ask me. It was just there, and what has rubbed salt to the wound is the fact that that has gone all the way to the boundary.
Well, what a peach of a delivery there. He got the outside edge and he brought the slip in place, but just couldn't get it. Oh, what a shot here! That's a shot that will ease the pressure. It was right there in his slot, and he went over the infield, back to back boundaries here.
I could really sense it that this over needed to produce some runs for Nepal because It is not going to be easy for someone like Abhay Yadav to go out there and face more deliveries. And we know that Joy Thapa has the correct technique and has the right mindset as well. This time he just capitalized with a beautiful looking shot down the ground. And let's see if Akash Teja can really produce a wicket here. Short and cut away nicely. This time a race is on, and that should be another boundary. Important runs, and what a moment in this game. Joy Thapa really out of absolutely nowhere. Look at the fans, absolutely delighted with that boundary. And this time, he has picked up three crucial boundaries really out of nowhere. Smashed it just when it is needed.
Yes, what a time. Three boundaries, back to back boundaries, hat trick of boundaries here. Well, that will definitely change the equation once again in favor of Nepal. 107 for 8. Again, short delivery. This time it's just a single.
Yes, don't take your eyes off. Nepal fans, your prayers are definitely being answered here at the UKM Oval. Joy Thapa suddenly explodes into the action. He's been watchful for a very long time. He's stayed away from his natural instinct, and right now he's picked up three gorgeous looking boundaries. And just now, we don't have too many remaining. The target is 114. They are already on 108. What a crucial partnership this is turning out to be. We saw that the crowds have already erupted. The energy once again surges through the stadium as Nepal's hope plays back into fire here.
Oh, beautiful delivery. That's a much better delivery. I wonder why Akash Teja was bowling it much flatter and towards the batter. Well, nevertheless, another over goes to an end. It's the end of the 28th over. It's 108 for 8. Only 6 runs required now.
And this time almost a chance at the non-strikers end. It is that man Yuvan Pandey who's back into the attack. Not much remaining, just 6 runs needed. And right now Yuvan Pandey will somehow just try to be the spoil sport when it comes to the hopes of these Nepal batters out there. A million dreams definitely here for Nepal to just win back to back like we mentioned before. Joy Thapa, 23 of 51, right man to face Yuvan Pandey. But really, just really 2 more wickets, not really much remaining. What an exciting moment in this game. Just waits onto that one, almost trying to run away with it. And I think it was the right call by the non striker. Abhay Yadav doesn't really want to face Yuvan Pandey at this stage. Definitely has to be Joy Thapa because he's the batter who's looked technically absolutely solid out there. This time down the leg side and easy pickings really, and he will get a single in the fourth ball. So at this moment, Yuvan Pandey really has 2 more deliveries. I think he has to attack with all that he has if he wants to pick up a wicket here. All of the hopes of Nepal is definitely riding with Abhay Yadav and Joy Thapa here. What a partnership this is turning out to be. Abhay Yadav at the moment 2 of 10, but remains a very important innings nevertheless. And that is bowled down the leg side. He will go off strike with that. Easy pickings really. And definitely excellent running. This is crucial runs here. He definitely needed to get a couple of runs here, and because that will give Joy Thapa an opportunity to come back and face most of the deliveries in the next over. One more delivery here. Abhay Yadav will just want to survive this. Let's see if Nepal fans and the crowd support is with him. He goes after it. He goes big. He goes in the air, and we'll have to wait and see. Yes, it is. Look at the fanboys. They're running in. He's finished it off in style. It is Abhay Yadav with a maximum to seal the victory for Nepal here. What a moment. Look at the energy. Look at that jubilation here. And look at them celebrating. Truly deserves every bit of it. There it was with that majestic six to seal the deal. Nepal finished this epic chase with a flourish, crossing the line in absolute style. From the almost the blink of defeat, they have come triumphed and they've become the champion. This final has definitely given us everything. We can see that the crowd has been here with us from the very start. The people have joined in huge number, and Nepal have really put in their heart and their soul into this final. And we've seen a lot of drama unfold, but eventually it was a spectacular finish. Amazing, amazing, really. The crowd really erupts as Nepal lift this ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup. They are celebrating a performance filled with resilience, passion, and unforgettable moments. So with that in the chase, Nepal have come out victorious. They've won this final by just 2 wickets, and Nepal's batting was really a true test of grit and determination. A blazing start by Parimarjan Yadav and Shivan set the tone, but it was the resilience of the lower order, especially by Joy Thapa, that ultimately made the differences. Joy's composed innings under pressure, studded with timely boundaries, was the backbone of Nepal's successful chase. But he was well supported, as I mentioned, by Shivansh as well as Shubham and Prasiddha Jaisi. On the other hand, Kapish really outperformed himself with the ball in hand. With the new ball, he came charging in, picked up 4 wickets by just giving away 18 runs, and that's when things were looking very difficult for Nepal. And for a moment, we thought that Singapore are crawling back into this game. They fought back beautifully, especially with the ball in hand. The likes of Yuvan Pandey once again delivering the goods with the ball, 2 wickets, and Vedansh Gupta as well as Akash Teja have picked up 1 wicket each. So on the bowling front, it was definitely Kapish who was standout for Singapore, and we have to definitely compliment Singapore's disciplined bowling and sharp fielding that definitely made Nepal fight for every run. In the end, creating a nail biting contest between bat and ball in hand. So both teams have shown immense skill, immense heart, as well as sportsmanship. And definitely, this was a fitting finale to a tournament that has been a celebration of youth cricket in its absolute finest form. So, with that, we have to say that Nepal have come out victorious. They've won by 2 wickets against Singapore. That will be it from up here at the com box. I am Abra Hussain. I'll be taking your leave, but stay back with us. From the news from the presentation will be shared shortly. Thank you very much. That will be it from the com box up here. Thank you.